Hey, did you all know that according to Joe Scarborough, Morning Joe, this is actually the best version of Biden that we've ever got?
Start your tape right now, because I'm about to tell you the truth. And F you if you can't handle the truth. This version of Biden, intellectually, analytically, is the best Biden ever.
That's right. Scarborough said that Biden, the same one in this video, is in peak form. The guy who looks like my cat when he's staring at ghosts while I have guests over in my house. This same Joe Biden who mid-applause got stuck at the pause menu, okay? And Obama had to literally pull him off the stage because he forgot where he was at. This same Joe Biden. This same Joe Biden who during the G7 summit, during a parachute demonstration, had to be brought back to the leaders of the world. Had to be brought back because one, he didn't even know the parachuters had landed. And two, this man was about to take his own vacation to Narnia. Y'all, I kid you not, every time I see Joe Biden on the screen by himself, my dad instincts kick in. See, I get nervous because I'm looking at the TV and I'm like, that poor old man can't be by himself like this. So I don't know whether to try and run and help Biden through the TV or stay with my 3-month-old infant. That's how bad it is. And what makes all of this worse is the fact that Democrats are acting as if we're not watching this man's mental decline unfold right in front of our eyes. But hey, if you ever wanted to reassure the people of the United States that their vote doesn't matter, the president isn't actually all that important because the president doesn't actually run the country anyway, this is the perfect way to do it. Because we're literally watching the president lose his goddamn mind in front of the world and they're pretending like everything is cool. Like, yeah, man, no, he's totally fine. Yeah, like, it's all right. This isn't a problem at all. The only way any normal person could be okay with this is if you knew that he don't really got nothing to do with what the hell's happening in the world anyway. So we can put whoever we want to out there and it won't really matter because we know it isn't really the president pulling the strings. There's someone behind the scenes or a group behind the scenes pulling his strings instead.
What you know now, do you wish like you had a third term? And I used to say, you know what, if I could make an arrangement where I had a stand-in, a front man or front woman, and they had an earpiece in, and I was just in my basement in my sweats, looking through the stuff, and then I could sort of deliver the lines, but somebody else was doing all the talking and ceremony. Wow. I'd be fine with it.
Arabia has ended a 50-year-old petrodollar agreement with the United States and that they have not renewed, leading some people to believe that Saudi Arabia will now commence trading in other currencies like the yuan or the ruble. However, there are also a lot of people trying to figure out what's really going on because a lot of people believe the deal never existed. There are some that believe even though the deal existed, it doesn't really have any implications whether or not we let it expire. So I'm going to try to break down what we do know and what we don't know about this 50-year deal between Saudi Arabia and the United States. So for those people saying that there was absolutely no deal between the United States and Saudi Arabia, I got some news for you. That's not true. In fact, as you can see here, there is a New York Times article specifically talking about this deal, and it's dated 1974. June 9th. The article then goes into detail discussing how Henry Kissinger, under the Nixon administration, met with Prince Fahd Abdulaziz to make this deal, which was both supposed to be an economic deal specifically dealing with oil, but also a military deal that would provide defense and other military aid to Saudi Arabia for years to come. So the truth is, anyone calling this deal a myth is technically wrong. Yeah, it wasn't called the petrodollar deal, but the deal and the exclusivity to a large degree was there. Also, there is some reason to believe that as far as Saudi Arabia is concerned, the petrodollar is under and should be under some duress. For example, Saudi Prince Mohammed bin Salman declined an invitation to the G7 summit, which we all know is basically just a Western empire circle jerk. We also know that as of February 2024, Saudi Arabia joined the BRICS alliance. And obviously joining that alliance means that they will be directly working with many of the superpowered adversaries, economically and militarily, of the United States. We also got to remember That deal was made during a time where the United States could guarantee your safety if you play ball. And right now, the United States don't look like they can guarantee anybody's safety, just as Ukraine. However, the claim that Saudi Arabia has only and exclusively ever sold oil in USD is actually a myth. They have sold small amounts of their oil in other currencies like the yuan in the past. And just because this deal has expired does not mean that Saudi Arabia will cut all ties with the US, nor does it mean that they can ignore the US's own ability to influence the dominance of the petrodollar. For example, we know that the United States loves trying to control the oil supplies that run through Latin America. And in a country like Brazil, which is largely under the influence of the United States still, they have the largest oil reserves in the world. So just because Saudi Arabia decides not to exclusively attach itself to the petrodollar doesn't mean that the United States doesn't have ways to maintain the petrodollar's dominance. But the truth is, Saudi Arabia probably just sees where the tide is turning. I mean, the majority of the superpowers in the world are moving to natural gas and renewable energy resources. So why would you then tie yourself to a country as toxic and unreliable as the United States if you don't have to, when you know that the one thing that you've had in the past that you could have used to control the world may not have that type of influence in the next 50 years. Hell, oil might not have that much influence in the next 10 years. So the truth is, we don't know what's going to happen next. We have to wait to find out. But I can say pretty confidently that this is in no way a victory for the United States. It can maybe even be seen as a vote of no confidence from Saudi Arabia against the United States. But we won't actually know what effect this will have on the world's currencies for years to come. Independent UN Commission, a damning report put together by an independent UN commission to investigate the crimes of Israel that they've committed in Gaza since October 7th, has somehow made Israel look more evil than we already know them to be. The report was put together by the Independent International Commission of Inquiry on the Occupied Palestinian Territory. Their goal in this particular report was to investigate potential human rights violations and war crimes potentially committed by both Israel and Palestinian, specifically Hamas militants. Their conclusion? The report concluded that Israel has been conducting a campaign of extermination against the Palestinian people. Yeah, you heard me correctly. This report concludes that Israel has graduated from genocide and has moved on to outright extermination. Now, you know a Zionist is going to be out there in my comment section somewhere saying, nah, they being hyperbolic. All right, let's look at the facts. First of all, it's important to note that the information I'm about to give you isn't even the full scope of the crimes committed by Israel, because the commission mostly focused on October 7th from December 31st, and we all know shit has gotten way worse since December. The report also says that even though we know there's a lot of traits that we could point to point out the uniqueness of the destruction being wreaked by Israel, the main one is the fact that 1.7 million Palestinians out of the 2 million living in Gaza have been displaced by this onslaught. They also point out that between 2005 and 2023, all of the fatalities from all the conflicts between Palestine and Israel only equal to 1/10 of the total fatalities that have taken place since October 7th. And somehow Israel has also managed to increase the rate in which they specifically kill women and children in this conflict as compared to other conflicts in the past. They concluded that Israel even adjusted its targeting approach since October 7th. For example, on October 10th, an ISF spokesperson said that this situation we're in now, we even need to use different language and terminology. That same spokesperson said if there's even an inkling of intelligence, they attack. Israel's defense minister said, Gaza will never be the same. All restraints are off. We use everything. These statements obviously indicate that these leaders were more preoccupied with destroying Gaza rather than retaliating against Hamas or retrieving their hostages. Furthermore, despite the proportion of Hamas militants in a given area, allegedly, compared to the civilian population, and given the language use of Israel, like saying things like, they are embedded, human shields, etc., etc. The commission concluded that this language was intentional and it was used to give the ISF blanket authorization to target civilian locations widely and indiscriminately. The commission also found out that the Israeli government actually participated in violence against territories and Palestinian communities, specifically in the West Bank, where they killed 500 Palestinians since October 7th. Now, that might sound a little bit strange to you because we've been told that this is all about getting the hostages back and getting Hamas. And there is no Hamas in the West Bank. And the hostages are not there. So why is the Israeli government using October 7th to justify killing 500 Palestinians in a place that had nothing to do with Hamas, the hostages, or October 7th? So to be clear, when the UN chose to address Israel's actions as extermination, it wasn't hyperbole. It's extermination to such an extent that they ended up killing people in the West Bank that had nothing to do with the conflict in Gaza. And of course, this commission said that Israel was making their grandest attempt to block them from investigating the situation, which I find ironic because I distinctly remember Israel trying to bring every single influential and powerful Zionist they could find to come look at the proof of the crimes committed by Hamas on October 7th to justify the extermination that Israel is now participating in. But when it was time for them to get investigated, all of a sudden, no, I gotta go away, turn the cameras off. Really, bro? If Israel truly felt justified in that they weren't committing war crimes, they wouldn't be trying so hard to hide the crimes that they're committing. But this independent report found that Israel is responsible for war crimes of murder, intentionally directing attacks against civilians, sexual violence, starvation, and many other crimes against humanity. So I guess if I was trying to justify genocide by playing victim and calling the other side barbaric, I guess I wouldn't want anybody to investigate me either if they're going to find out I'm actually guilty of everything I'm accusing my adversary of doing, like Israel is doing right now. But that's just me, though. I don't know.
Completely panics as Vladimir Putin meets Kim Jong-Un in North Korea for the first time in 2 decades. Russia and North Korea promised to strengthen their ties and even sign a mutual defense pact where they will have each other's back if they are ever attacked by a hostile country. We all know who they're talking about. And this meeting has led to universal freakout from the West. Even Bloomberg saying that Putin meeting with Kim Jong-un is a danger to the world. For all the Americans freaking out over this meeting, do you know how a map works? Here is the map of the region. Why wouldn't Russia have a friendly relationship with their neighbors in North Korea and China? Vladimir Putin meeting with Xi Jinping and Kim Jong-un is not scary. This is what countries do. They meet with their neighbors, you children. Meanwhile, let's compare this with the deeply serious dialogue that we are hearing from the White House right now.
We talk on it.
Very inspiring stuff. What's sad is that most Americans can't even explain why we are supposed to have this deep-seated hatred for North Korea in the first place. Americans killed over 2 million Koreans in a gross violation of their sovereignty and continue to starve the country with economic sanctions to this day. But Americans hate them? There are polls that consistently show that around 1/3 of Americans support nuking North Korea. I'm an American, and I don't support North Korea because the way they treat their people. So in response, we should nuke their people. Meanwhile, we're supposed to believe that North Koreans and Russians are the problem.
What's going on, everybody? What's going on? Yeah, man, just had to go ahead and show y'all all the stuff we did for Hotspot this last week or so. There's a couple more videos too, but we went ahead and ended it there. When my guy Nick did some great reporting on both that and NATO's threatening China. I don't know, like, there's no way in hell that NATO has any interest and self-preservation. That's where I've arrived. They are actually actively seeking their own destruction. And it's a little bit weird. It's like they're on some masochist shit. But hey, man, we're going to talk about all that stuff today. Thank you all so much for tuning into this live stream segment of For the People podcast. We're going to go ahead and give some shout outs really quick and then go over some administrative stuff. And then we'll go ahead and get this show on the road, man. First of all, y'all make sure y'all go follow Hotspot on Twitter, on Instagram, especially go follow our Instagram when we had over 100,000 and then nuked us, because that's what happens when you talk about Palestine. And all we do, basically, outside of the couple, and I even stopped posting my videos of Hotspot because they were too controversial on Instagram, so that we could save the channel. And we were just posting raw footage of what was happening in Palestine, and we got hit for it. So y'all go follow us on Instagram at Hotspot, on Twitter at Hotspot, on TikTok as well. Appreciate you guys and everybody who's always showing love there. We're shadow banned right now at least on Twitter. So if y'all go follow us there, show us some love, retweet. We hit 20,000 about a month or so ago, or about 21,000 right now. So, really appreciate everybody following us there and showing some love. Shout out to Nick, shout out to Greg, shout out to the whole Hotspot team. Y'all, of course, have been doing fantastic work. Make sure that you all, go follow me on Twitter at Real Niko House if you have not yet. We keep it spicy over there. And I post all my Hotspot videos that go on Hotspot also go on my Twitter as well. We got Ashura in the chat, the UN report. The report was actually released yesterday. We're going to talk a little bit about that in a second. I also covered a good portion of it in my Hotspot video, but there's actually some context that needs to be discussed that I couldn't put all in the Hotspot video. Because what's crazy about that report, which we'll get into, is that they were being judicious to Israel. That report was them not necessarily trying to protect Israel, but kind of. They're like, oh, I guess we can try to both sides this so it doesn't look as bad. And it still was horrible. It was still horrible. So we're going to talk about that. Sherlyn Brown, what's going on? Cat 83, peace day, impeach all Zionist APEC politicians now. Impeach them and throw them in jail, man. Make them register as foreign agents. Isn't that what they did with during Russiagate? Everybody who worked for an organization in Russia, or even if you tangentially, if you work for RT America and you've never been to Russia in your life, your paychecks are not coming from Russia, because RT America had their own separate funding. So, yep. Still had to register as a foreign agent. People's lives got destroyed over that. We can't have foreign countries controlling the outcome of our democracy, except for in this very specific case where this particular foreign country controls the outcome of literally almost all the Western democracies in the world. But hey, it's neither here nor there, right? Sure. Ashura talked about what was in the report, a little bit about what was in the report. We're going to get into that. Fred, full moon and solstice. Yep, feeling all that, man. I couldn't, I'm on daddy duty right now, so I haven't had any time to get my shroom on. I'm about to send my damn kids to grandparents so they can. Look, this full moon be kicking my ass, and this has been a week. Fatherhood has kicked my ass. Y'all opening up the week. I'm training with my son and for soccer. And I'm only 35, so and I'm in good shape. So I work out with my kid all the time, and I pulled my damn hamstring, and I just strained it. Thankfully, I didn't pull it. I just strained it. Thank God, because I've pulled my hamstring before. But the reason why is I have plantar fasciitis, so I've never had any lower body injuries, but I've also I've always had really strong legs because I've played soccer. I played soccer in high school. I did triple jump, so I was always doing explosive workouts. So I've always had an explosive core. I've always had explosive legs, and I play basketball too. So I've always had strong legs, but apparently with plantar fasciitis, which I've always had, what happens is if your legs are not as strong as they were, all of the tension when you're just standing, all of the tension goes to your hamstrings, which I didn't know because I've never had this issue before. I've only pulled my muscle once, pulled my hamstring once, but I know why I pulled it at that point. And the reason why is because I'd be standing all damn day with my baby. Logicist he'd been a whole other issue. So I had just gotten done standing, just, trying to calm him down so I can go outside and start running. So I started doing my running to work out. And I just pulled my damn hamstring out of nowhere. I'm like, what the hell? Then, of course, that's when my youngest, my baby wants me to carry him all the time. And he specifically wants me to carry him this week. It's a daddy week. So now I'm limping around the house. My other one being him. Like, dog, it has been a week in fatherhood. I will tell you that. So, but the full moon, on top of all that, I am very sensitive to full moon. So some of you all might can relate to this. I can't sleep during full moons correctly. It doesn't, I don't know why. Well, your body's made of water mostly, and the full moon affects that part of you. So some people sleep harder during full moons. Some people can't sleep at all. I unfortunately fall into the latter category. And I am I kind of get headaches. Like it's like I don't know, I can't even explain. It's like an oppressive wave, like just constantly hitting me for 2 or 3 days of energy. I mean, which is part of the reason why I used to do shrooms during the full moon, because I could actually deal with it. But fatherhood, so can't do that. So, but whenever I'm on shrooms, I can actually see the waves of energy whenever I'm doing shrooms during full moon. But now I'm just getting beat up with them, and I'm exhausted by them. So I'm like dealing with my kids. Me and the missus is exhausted, bro. Like crazy exhausted. Then I'm like awake all night. And then my son, Logicist, this man don't like sleep. Apparently he's having trouble sleeping during the full moon because he was sleeping fine last week. Then yesterday and a little bit the day before, he's been having trouble sleeping more than 2 or 3 hours at a time. Now he's pissed off throughout the day. That's a whole different thing. Yeah, man, it's been crazy, dog. It's been crazy. It's just been one of them weeks, for real. So no, Ashura, I'm not a werewolf. I just, during the full moons, full moon can be cool. Like I actually sometimes during the depending on what type of full moon it is, I actually get a burst of energy. And that's what caused me not to be able to sleep. And then other full moons, it actually would drain my energy throughout the day. And you would think that by the time I get in bed, I'm so exhausted, I'll be able to sleep. But no, I'm actually so exhausted now I can't sleep. It's the most annoying shit ever. Not even gonna cap. Who else we got in the chat? American Disaster, what's going on? Colin, buy the baby something nice. Something else, that boy's spoiled rotten. He's spoiled by his family, his step family, his other, that boy spoiled all my kids. Both my kids are spoiled. They're spoiled by American standards, they're spoiled by Brazilian standards, they're just spoiled. I love my babies though. We actually went on a mental health, because my oldest is doing great in school right now. But he's been like kind of just, it's been a lot. He's arriving at that point now where he's realizing he has a routine. Like before school was just funny. He thought he was going to play with his friends. And then because he has to do homework now consistently, and we're on his ass about it, how important it is. And he's understanding that there are consequences to not performing, not like bad consequences, but like he understands that there's stakes involved in him doing well in school, basically. So he's actually been exhausted. He's been working harder, but now he's been exhausted. So last week during like Tuesday, we just was like, yeah, man, we're going to the beach. Come on, bro. Because he loves the beach. So that was dope. That was dope. It was a great time, and he loved it. He loved it. And he recuperated pretty quick. Yay, Chambers. Good to see you. Yeah, appreciate you. I'm glad to be back live. What's we got? Steve Woodbrand. Why I ain't seen Steve in a minute? What's going on? Wesley, John Kemper, Natalie Williams, John H, Bethlehem. How you doing, Beth? Happy belated Father's Day, Niko. I didn't know you had 2 kids. Yeah, 2. From 1 to 4, like that. Nah, this is my first baby. Not my I have a stepson now, but this is my first baby. Even though everybody thinks my stepson is my actual biological son because he actually looks exactly like me and it's kind of strange. I'm not gonna lie to you. So appreciate you guys stopping by, man. We got a great show for you today. So let me go ahead and explain some things really quick about the why. I don't know if y'all saw the poll in my community that I posted. So I'm doing for now, because of family obligations, because of Hotspot, and also because of another project that I'm actively involved in, which you guys are gonna love. I can't talk about it now, but y'all gonna love that shit. I decided to go to one long live stream covering all the news from the week because, well, one, I don't rule my life anymore. So my son does. He sometimes where I'm like, yeah, okay, I prepared to go live today. Like that happened Tuesday. I was thinking about going live on Tuesday. I was like, all right, whatever. Let me just talk about that. Nope, nah. And now I gotta help because my priority, I love you guys, but my priority is being a good dad. So, and a good husband. So I have to go help her now because I can see she's my wife about to rip her goddamn hair out because she's screaming. I said it was a dad week. So I'm like, I have to go take care of that. It's just a lot. And so I'm like, you know what? That way I can have one day where I know everybody knows we're going to be here. So right now that day will be every Thursday at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The exception will be for interviews. The interviews should be around this time. However, depending on the guests and what their schedule is, I do try to accommodate them because that's kind of a hard time frame for some people to meet if they're on the West Coast or if they're in another country. So, but Thursday at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard is generally when we will be going live from here going forward, and the streams will be a little bit longer. However, I will post the clips of the streams after. And if Mimosa Mondays, by the way, we'll still be doing about my goal is 2 times a month for Mimosa Mondays. And I'm looking for some part-time help at the moment because now with the kids, I used to be able to thug it out and handle most of the stuff myself. It's too much. It's like, nah, they're not having it. Once again, it was a war. Or it is a war, if you understand, you ever been a parent, you know how it go. Yeah, we're losing the war though. They are winning. Them kids are busting our ass. Like, man, you lose the battle, but you can win the war. We lost the battles, and I'm not all that confident we can win the war. We just kind of just hoping that everything, we're hoping that they give us some quarter a little bit. Like, can we make some negotiations? That's where we're at with it. So because of that, I'm going to need some help. And so if y'all know anybody who is looking for some part-time work and some with a lot of room to grow, let me know. Like producer stuff, helping research and things like that. So yeah, so until I can get some help on that front, we're gonna go to one live stream a week outside of Mimosa Mondays, just new stuff. One live stream a week, multiple, and then I'll post the segments throughout the weekend and then throughout the next week. And of course, as always, I actually encourage you guys to send emails with topics you want to see covered. DM me on Twitter, DM me on Instagram if you follow me there, because I do like to hear what you guys think are interesting. Because you all kind of a lot of the times, my favorite stuff is the stuff that y'all send me because y'all send me some pretty obscure information, but it is great information nonetheless, and it's fun to talk about that type of stuff. It's funny that go call my son Lachis is Niko Jr. It's funny that you call him that because some Brazilians have trouble saying his name. Well, I guess people in general have trouble saying it, but it's just Lachis. It's not a hard name to pronounce, but they have trouble, depending on the accent they have trouble saying it. So they actually will call him Niquinho, which is basically like Lil Nico. But I'm like, that's not his name. He's not a junior. But they're like, yeah, but we're going to call him that. They call him Nico or Des because his middle name is my middle name, Deshaun. So they're like, yeah, we can do Des, but Lachis is kind of hard. So y'all can't make my son a junior. I didn't make him a junior. I didn't want him to be a junior. Sparky, what's going on? Thank you very much for the super chat. So I appreciate you, Snow, man. Yeah, bro, Hotspot, bro. I love Hotspot stuff, bro. I love doing the Hotspot videos. We have a great time. The frustrating part about Hotspot isn't the work that we're doing. It's we get censored when we're doing too well. That literally happens to us once every 2 or 3 months where we're like, we're doing insane numbers because it's sometimes because of the topics. Sometimes it's just because we be on fire, man. Y'all know Nick be on it. Our editors are fantastic. Our producers help us select great topics for the day. And we do our thing. And that, when you're talking about Israel and Palestine and Ukraine and Africa and NATO, like you're exposing, when you're exposing the empire every single day, like that was our goal when we created Hotspot. We're gonna dedicate every single day to putting out viral content about the empire on the most viral platform. Yeah. Right, that's a great plan, right? Yeah, except for whenever Elon owns it and he's owned by Zionists, they don't really like it all that much. So we'll go through periods where we do break through the algorithm for, depending on what's going on. And then then when we get hit by a shadow ban, we feel it. And it'll hit. So like right now, I'm going through a shadow ban period on my personal account, and we're going through one a little bit with Hotspot. Like maybe a month ago, it was Nick, because he did a bunch of viral content, partially about NATO and then about Gaza, and he got shadow banned for a good 2-3 weeks. And then and right now, the Hotspot account itself is actually being shadow banned. So it's just like, but we love it though. It's dope. We just keep going. It comes in waves. But the way you can help us conquer that shadow ban is by going and retweeting all of our videos, retweeting our content, sharing it, following, all that good stuff. Like I said, and the link is in the description on YouTube if you're there. And if you're on Twitter, it's at Hotspot together. Hotspot. Man, that was a lot, bro. I know shit. Somebody probably mad as hell. Like, damn, bro, we gonna get to the shit. We gonna get to look, man, I gotta get to my administrative stuff, dog. Like, I gotta catch up my people up. So if you're new here, I appreciate you. Like and subscribe. But we this is family here, guys. We're family. Hey, I gotta keep y'all up to date with what's going on in my life, because this is y'all life now. Y'all been with me since before I could grow a beard. Okay, now I got gray in my beard. Y'all been with me. Most of my audience, I would say, has been with me since before I could grow a beard, and now I got gray in my beard. They were with me when I was living in college. I was living in a college apartment with my roommate, and now I got 2 kids. I live in Brazil, and I speak more Portuguese than I do English half the time throughout the day. Like, yeah. So when life is going on, man, I gotta keep my people informed, because this is a family unit. My bullshit is your bullshit, right? Okay. Man, so before we get into the nitty gritty of the stuff, I want to talk about some of the goofy stuff that I've seen over the last couple of days. Did y'all see this clip by Tim Pool? Shout out to this guy, my guy, Middle MAGA, man. Because this clip that he posted, he be catching people saying some wild stuff. And he is not necessarily a fan of Tim Pool, but he enjoys his work sometimes. I'm not a fan of Tim Pool, but he enjoys it sometimes. And by the way, shout out to my Rockfin crew. Hey, Ren, what's going on? I appreciate you. He's talking about my background. Everybody thinks the background, they're freaked out by it because it looks real, but it's a cartoon. And I was like, well, how does a cartoon look that real? Yeah. He likes some of Tim Pool stuff, but Tim Pool, for a long time, when it came to this issue of Israel, y'all notice he was kind of like tiptoeing. And y'all know what people with platforms that big, they got a responsibility. They got a responsibility to those people, to them. Y'all know who them peoples is, right? And so it was only going to be a matter of time, because a lot of people didn't really know where Tim Pool stood on this issue, because he was always saying, I'm just trying to learn more. I'm against terrorism, okay? And I don't believe in kidnapping hostages or bombing innocent people, and I'm anti-war. But, you know how it goes, right? But then he made this comment, and my man's Middle MAGA caught it. So let's go ahead and check it out.
And I think we're wasting money on foreign excursions. Here's the problem. When Nick Fuentes says independence from Israel, I assure you the average person believes that's ridiculous. They have their audience. The average person likes Israel. They do not agree with Nick Fuentes on this one. The other big issue is that a lot of Christians, a lot of evangelicals want us to help Israel because of the Holy Land. Regardless, my attitude is this. My guy, I'm trying to go.
The average person likes Israel. Who's average? What average person? Has he not seen, like, I don't know, any poll? Bro, literally, like, this is when I joke on Twitter all the time, y'all. When I see clips like this from people who I give them credit because I'm like, damn, I know what you want to say. At the beginning of all this, I knew what, like, people like Tim Pool, for example, or Tucker Carlson. I know what you want to say. But I will give you credit for not going full Zionist to protect yourself, because I know that you really, really, really should, to protect your career. You shouldn't, because that's like duplicitous, right? It's the wrong side of history, et cetera, et cetera. But I manage my expectations. I am a person who manages my expectations. And when it comes to people like Tim Pool, Tucker Carlson, a bit, even Candace to some degree, like, you don't get that famous without tiptoeing, right? You be stuck over here with me, okay? Because we keep it a band over here. So you don't get to be that famous when you keep it in a band for a living. So you keep it a band, you can't make bands. They contradict, unfortunately. But with Tim, he got the call. And that's what I mean. When they get the call, this is what happened. The majority of people like Israel, bro. The ADL don't even believe that. Remember that whole TikTok situation that arose when they had a poll come out, and they were like, yeah, man, we just found out, like, nobody likes us. So this is a generational problem. The majority of the country does not support this, what Israel is doing right now. The majority of the country, multiple polls. Yeah, do evangelicals, like extremist evangelicals, support it because of some shit that they think is going to happen because of the Bible? Yeah. But even those people, like, that is a minority of Christians. That is not the majority of even Christians. So, like, saying it's weird to come when you have people like Tim Pool who've kind of been tiptoeing a little bit, and they come out of nowhere, like, because Nick Fuentes, he's an idiot, but whatever. Because Nick Fuentes, but he's an idiot, but he's popular. So now Tim, who is at a relative level of popularity himself, I would say close to on par with Nick Fuentes, he got to come out. Yeah, hey man, so you know how we've been letting you live? We ain't really been on your ass like that about Israel. You've been kind of waffling a little bit or playing both sides. Yeah, that both sides shit, that's over. You better come get Nick. Come get your boy. Because you're also conservative. I mean, he called himself a liberal, but he's not. He's a conservative. That's his audience. He has a lot of the same audience as Nick, right? So he gets the call. He gets the call because now you got to keep your man. Like, whenever leftists or, liberals get calls about Brie, for example, right? Conservatives, Ben Shapiro, for example, got the call. He was always pro-Israel, but his stance on how to deal with people being pro or anti-Israel and free speech, that actually did change, which we covered a while back. He got a call about Candace, rope your people in. And that's what this is about. That's why this clip is significant, because this is not the same Tim Pool that was interviewing Max Blumenthal a few months back.
Go to people and say, America first. And the first thing that pops in their minds is Nick Fuentes hates Israel. What does that have to do with us securing our borders, bringing jobs back?
Hold on. I need to hear that again.
With us securing our is Nick Fuentes hates Israel.
No, hold on.
Want us to help Israel because of the Holy Land. Regardless, my attitude is this: my guy. I'm trying to go to people and say, America first. And the first thing that pops in their minds is Nick Fuentes hates Israel.
Bro, no. That's giving Nick, that's really giving Nick a lot of credit. That's giving Nick Fuentes a lot of credit. The average person, whenever I think about America first, like, I don't think about Nick Fuentes. I actually think about Trump still, and probably his most popular supporters at the time. That's what I think about. I think about the hypocrisies that I've seen when it comes to people who talk about America first. Like, okay, if you want America first, and you got, like, for example, protecting our borders, right? Or protecting America's borders, which I believe is important, right? then stop waging war in other people's countries. Stop spending our money to wage war and overthrow governments in other people's countries when you know it's going to cause direct damage to America, who you're supposed to care about more than anybody because it's your country, right? Nobody thinks like, man, America first. That guy, Nick Fuentes, and his comments on Twitter, who thinks about that?
What does that have to do with us securing our borders, bringing jobs back, getting rid of people like Joe Biden, getting accountability for the corruption, cleaning up our streets?
Hold on, what? No, we got
Biden, getting accountability have to do with us securing our borders, bringing jobs back, getting rid of people like Joe Biden, getting accountability for the corruption.
Hold on, real quick. What is
jobs back?
What is Mal? Look, I'm not defending Nick Fuentes here. Okay, so let's be clear. But did he just ask what does calling out Israel and Zionism have to do with securing our borders, or more specifically, getting rid of Joe Biden, calling out corruption, cleaning up our streets, if you will, which I'm assuming is a reference to crime. What? Hold on. We do know that Israel is responsible for almost every single major war that we've been to in the Middle East, and even some of the conflicts that we're engaged in Africa, that we spent our wasted money on, threw money out the damn door, that only went to massacring Muslims and Arabs all over the Middle East, Afghanistan, Syria, Iraq, Lebanon, and obviously in Palestine, right? Throwing that money out the window. We haven't gotten any the people, somebody, Lockheed Martin might have got a return on their investment, right? Boeing might have got a return on their investment. We ain't got no return on that investment. Why do these politicians pander to Israel? Because they are aware that as long as I pander to Israel, there will be no consequences or accountability for the corruption. So in that regard, Tim is wrong. And it's weird that, what does that have to do with getting Biden out? Literally, we're in a conversation right now, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, this isn't to give it credit to Nick. This is more so about the Arabs and Palestinians that have joined together to make it clear that they're not going to vote for Joe Biden because of this conflict in Gaza. Right now, Biden is about to lose an election, and the Democrats are probably going to be taken down with him because of Biden's stance on Israel. At least, probably because he's always waffling, one, but two, he's pro-genocide. He sends weapons to Israel that are then used to kill Palestinians. He answers to AIPAC. He answers to Bibi Netanyahu, at least in private, even if he is trying to pretend to distance himself in public. But the reason that people feel pressured to answer to Bibi Netanyahu in Israel is because of AIPAC and their loyalty and the money that they offer, and the fact that that foreign power has, for some reason, they have so much influence over our democracy that you can be literally, they can just draw a new district like they did with Cynthia McKinney and drop you. So yeah, that also has to do with getting Joe Biden out of power and holding him accountable for corruption. Right? It's it's weird that Tim is doing this, is my point. This is weird. Because Tim, even when he's bullshitting, because Tim is known for that, he's at least logical. Like, he don't really do this fake emotional, like these fake emotional suppositions. These like, oh, let me appeal. These fake emotional appeals to anger and frustration. Like, no, he's usually anti this. But hey, man, when you get the call, Code Yarmulke.
Back, getting rid of people like Joe Biden, getting accountability for the corruption, cleaning up our streets. No idea. No idea. I believe, whether intentionally or not, it is sabotaging the idea of America first. They take the name, they take the brand, and they taint it. They poison the well. That's why a lot of people accuse him of being a Fed. I don't know about all that.
Oh,
what I can tell you is,
hey, man, A lot of people accuse Tim of being the Fed, so I guess he would know. I mean,
There's a lot of people who aren't going to say America first because Nick Fuentes certainly is the most famous person pushing that message. Now, I do get it.
is he? I don't know. Y'all gotta let me know about that one. I didn't know that he was the most famous person.
Donald Trump pushes that message too, but Nick has run this brand. And so what happens is a lot of people are going to begin to associate America first with strict anti-Israel policy.
So what you're saying is Trump might get some votes because of this? Because of I don't know if you're making the argument you think you're making. People are going to associate America first with strict anti-Israel policy. Oh shit. Well, you know I'm a leftist, but if that's what America first is going to be going forward, I might have to reconsider who I might be supporting going forward. Because if that's what America first, if you go up to a random person who's on the fence but is passionate about this particular issue, and they hear, well, America first is principally and primarily referring to strict anti-Israel policy because of how much this foreign power influences our democracy in ways that directly conflict with the interests of the American people. Well, shit, where do I sign up? I don't know if Tim thought that shit through before he said that. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I don't care about Israel. I don't want to fund Israel. It means as much to me as Burma and Saudi Arabia does. I have questions.
See, this is, y'all gotta be careful here, because like, oh man, me as much as me as Burma and Saudi Arabia. Those are three different like stratospheres of foreign policy. And why would you say that? Like funding Israel? No, funding Saudi Arabia also means something to me because they participated. A lot of what's happening in Israel and Palestine right now was somewhat facilitated by past actions of Saudi Arabia, weapons deals and things like that. A lot of what Israel does in Syria is facilitated by terrorist organizations that Saudi Arabia funds to kind of give cover to Israel. Like they coordinate together. Like, so yeah, no, that's important too. But Burma is like, okay, why would you put Burma, Saudi Arabia, and Israel? This is the shit I be doing, bro. But like I said, you can't be famous and smart and honest. Like you can't be this famous and smart and honest. So yeah, whatever.
Questions about our funding of all of these places.
Yeah, man. So I had to show y'all that because that was wild. I want to know what y'all think about that. I'm gonna go ahead and read these super chats real quick. John Kemper, wait till those boys put a few more gray hairs in there. Put a few more. They already put, bro. I was looking at pictures from a year ago. I'm like, hold on, I didn't have this much gray hair a year ago. My boy got 3 months in, and he already put about 6 or 7 in himself. My oldest done. I'm combing them out at this point from him. American disaster. Ban isn't real dual citizenship and foreign lobby. Absolutely. I don't even understand. Once again, I don't understand how people with that have any type of money that they're receiving from Israel don't have to register as a foreign agent, but everybody who was working for RT at one point had to register as a foreign agent. It's interesting how that works, huh? Bethlehem, thank you very much for the super sticker. Much appreciated. Sparky, Tim Pool drove hard in the paint for Israel after October 7th, even if they're informal. He's got strong connections with the Daily Wire. Yeah, I do know that. Tim's always been a rolling limited hangout for the establishment. Yes. Yeah. Limited hangout for the establishment. And like, whenever somebody brings on like Max, for example, or Brie, who are my friends, by the way, like those are my people, but whenever they bring them on, that's the way of saying, look, man, I tried to go against the grain a little bit. Yeah, but like they already know who Max is. Like Max gonna piss him off, right? Like Max is gonna say what Max says, and Max is great at what he does. Brie's gonna be Brie, but like we generally know what Brie's gonna say. They won't go outside of that lexicon of a limited hangout any further than that, unless even with conservatives, I always say like one of the things that bothers me about conservatives and a lot of the claims that they're populist or because y'all will only bring in establishment neocons that are cosplaying as populists. Y'all won't bring in the libertarian, like they don't often bring in people like Dave Smith, who's like a libertarian. because like a Dave Smith or even Candace to some degree, like Candace is getting the love now. And Candace, I will give credit. Candace is actually bringing on some guests that probably don't really fall within that limited hangout space of conservatives, at least one that would make them comfortable. So like, I'll give her credit for that. And we're going to talk about that in a second. But yeah, like conservatives do the same shit as leftists or liberals and leftists sometimes, actually. Like Tim Pool won't bring on Scott Ritter. That's too, he's too educated. He got too much experience and he will make me look like an idiot. People will wonder why I even have this show. Right? They won't bring on like Danny Hayfall. They won't bring on Nick Cruz, Socialist MMA from RBN. They won't bring me on. They damn sure won't do that. Everybody's scared to debate Niko now. I embarrassed Ben Burgess like 1 or 2 times, embarrassed Destiny once, and now everybody don't want to debate me, man. I get it, man. I won't want to debate me either. But, you know, it's a limited hangout. You're absolutely right. Sparky, make Israel Syria again. In those Ottoman Empire days, Levant Jews got along fine with their neighbors, whether Muslim, Christian, or otherwise. Yes. People keep forgetting that. I don't know where people got this idea that Muslims and Christians and Jews didn't like each other. There was some type of beef. Like you think that wasn't beef. There was, comparatively speaking. Like you need to go look at how India used to be. Hindus and Muslims, or Hindus and Punjabis and Muslims, or hell, not even, it didn't even matter. Being from Pakistan versus being from India, and like, bro, it's a very complex picture. They hate each other, bro. They got so much beef that so Barbados, the West Indies, which are called that because of how many Indians moved from that area to the Caribbean, like Trinidad, Barbados, what's the other? Grenada, those countries, right? So they got so much beef that whenever people from Bangladesh are principally the ones who make up the Desi side of Barbados, and it's on they're furthest west of the West Indies. The reason why is because Bangladeshis are generally Muslim, and the ones that moved there were generally persecuted, and that's why they went to Barbados instead of Trinidad, for example. And they basically isolated themselves because they knew that if the Hindis and the Indians figured out that they were Muslim in Bangladesh, they would have beef. It's to the point where when they moved to the States, when all the West Indians were moving to the States in New York and like Jamaica, Queens, like they just assimilated. They're just like, yeah, man, I don't know what y'all want us to be Trini? We can be Trini. You don't see that pride from Barbadians, for Bajans specifically. That's how you call them. But you don't see the pride from Bajans as you would see from like Trinis, because like that's how deep that beef. Like the Muslims and Christians and Jews were getting along just fine before the empire got involved. Not saying everything was perfect. That's never how it goes. But it won't this. It damn sure was not this. Every time someone says that Israel is our ally, our only friend in the Middle East, I can't help but think before Israel, we had no enemies in the Middle East. U.S. missionary John Sheehan. That's an epic quote. Fun fact, 1942, the Ottoman Empire sent ships to rescue Jews from the Spanish Inquisition. I did not know that. No idea. But good information. Appreciate you. All right. Yeah, man. So sometimes your people get that call, bro. And it looks like Tim Pool, because I know my man's middle MAGA, you know, he's on a conservative side, but I got a lot of respect for him. And he always shows a lot of love to the show. And I actually just am a firm believer that if I can be friends with you outside of politics, I don't.
All right, guys, happy
I don't
Friday.
do my friends. I don't make friends based off of politics. Because especially in this space, it can get toxic. That's a whole different conversation, but don't make your friends strictly based off your political beliefs, because you're going to be very unhappy. And then eventually when they have a chance to dump you because of like a popular political opinion in that particular side that you don't maintain, like they will drop you for it because your relationship is foundationalized in this political dogma rather than actually enjoying each other's company. And also you can't change minds of people if you're just friends with your own side. So never forget that. So shout out to Middle MAGA, and I appreciate you being consistent and calling him out on that, man. And he's actually one of the guys. Middle MAGA was like, oh man, he used to be fooled by Israel. And October 7th, in the reporting thereafter, is what changed his mind. So him being willing to watch my show, watch RBN, watch Convo Couch, watch Max Blumenthal, like him being willing to watch leftists that he may not always agree with, actually moved him on that particular issue. And that's why it's important that we all talk to each other and that we have conversations like this between Brie, Briahna Joy Gray, and Candace Owens, man. That was a great combo. It was a great convo. We're not going to watch all of it, but we're going to talk about some important parts because I love the interaction, y'all. I love the interaction between them. I love the fact that they were both patient with each other, even when they would say something that I know the other didn't disagree with. They didn't cut the other person off. They weren't rude about it. They didn't judge each other. They, they focused on where their agreements converge, and they clarified their own personal stances and left it at that, which I believe is perfectly fine. And at the end of it, they even say, like, yeah, man, dog, let's come on. We can debate about whatever, which I respect. I respect Candace for that. Now, y'all know how I am. I'm all about debating. I love debating. I literally tweeted out the other day. I said, am I the only one that likes debating, my friends? Like, I love debating, yo. I did it fucking all of high school. It took up half my life, so I guess I enjoy it. But I love the opportunity to learn, bro. Really, that's really what I like. That's, if you're doing debate right, that's what it is. It's an opportunity for you and everybody who's watching to learn. And these engagements with the other side, which I applaud Brie for doing, it lets us know that we have more in common than we think we do. In this particular conversation with Candace, let me once again know more about her, because Candace be dropping stuff about herself that some people don't really be catching. They don't really catch it. And it's like, it's very telling about the person that Candace is. And it makes me almost empathize with her, even though I don't like a lot of the shit she says. And I am highly critical of a lot of stuff she says. But I understand her a little bit more every time she has an interview with the other side. So I want to hear this part of the clip. We want to talk about it.
In the media's eyes when he was running in 2016. And yet we do find ourselves allied in the belief that people in America should be able to criticize the actions of foreign governments without having their entire livelihoods risked. This is not normal. And yet there are so many people who know, like I know and like you know, that if you are in media, you got to be careful talking about Israel. Why is that?
Yeah, it really is the one true red line. And I think you experience that as being part of a media organization that I think rightly really prioritized and focused on various threats to free speech in various different contexts and across the political spectrum. But it really does feel like free speech except for when it comes to Israel, progressive except for when it comes to Palestine. I mean, there is this Palestine-sized hole or exception in a lot of people's principled stance against various issues. And I say progressive except for Palestine because there are similarly people on the left who say that they care about various groups, who say that they are anti-war, but who very similarly will look the other way or frankly become very oppositional when suddenly the people that we're talking about who are being under siege in a conflict are in fact Palestinian.
Yeah, and it's particularly interesting to see the way the media reports on these incidents, and I see it already in how they're speaking about your firing because they don't actually say what it is that you said that was controversial. I saw this when I left the Daily Wire. Andrew Klavan does this episode. He's like, she was saying things in a way, but he can't actually point to what I said because actually there was something that I said that was controversial. Unless you view a certain race to be just above critique, really is what it is. If you view a certain race to be above critique. And I found that when I was being lied upon by a man named Rabbi Barclay. I mean, he lied so badly about me that PJ Media wound up taking the article down after I interviewed him because I was genuinely curious. Like, how could you say you're a rabbi, you're supposed to be a leader in your community, and you're publishing lies about things that I never said. And when he spoke to me, he was very honest. And I realized, okay, he's actually just a racial supremacist. He's telling me that he believes that, if Jewish blood is shed, it does in fact matter more.
So let me just be clear. Technically speaking, she's actually using, academically speaking, she's using the word race wrong. There's a level of supremacy, but in this particular case, it would be Zionist supremacy, in my opinion, because one, Zionists don't care if Jewish blood is spilled if they're not Zionists. So we have to remember that. So words are important, and the understanding and how people receive those words are just as important. So that I want to clarify that. But I understand what she's trying to say. I understand her point. There's an element of supremacy that no one wants to talk about, because back, or at least at one point, you would get considered an anti-Semite, which is insane. Because it's like, nah, bro, like, you do care if Israeli, we literally just watched an operation in Rafah where to rescue 4 hostages, which, by the way, they ended up killing 4 of their own in total to get them. But an operation where to rescue 4 hostages, you massacred 200 Palestinians. And you're like, yep, totally worth it. How is that mathing? Unless you're saying that inherently those Israeli lives are exponentially more valuable as human beings than these Palestinian lives. So yeah, even though race isn't the word, because you have to remember, it's important to point this out. I'm not just focusing on that part because it's like, oh, I'm just nitpicking. It's important to remember Black and brown, African specifically, Jewish people are not treated the same by Zionists or even all Ashkenazi or white Jews. They were sterilized en masse. They get turned away. They get treated like trash. Racism is literally, I'm sure y'all seen that viral video of that woman walking around, I'm proud to be racist, literally trying to advocate for the removal of all African Jews, even though the doctrine says in Israel, if you're Jewish and you come home, that's your citizenship. You got it. And they're trying to kick. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't call all, like, you can't say it's racial supremacy. It's not a racial supremacy issue. Like, connected to the Judaism aspect. Like, it's not that, or the Judaism identity. It is an ethnicity thing, but specifically, it is it's an ideological supremacy. We believe in this principle, this doctrine, and therefore we are superior. Because if you don't believe in that as a Jew, you already get looked at differently. Glenn Greenwald was talking about that during his Tucker Carlson interview. He's like, yeah, we don't get it. No exception to that. We can't, if anything, once again, probably because if you're Jewish and you criticize, you get attacked more. Like if you're Black and you criticize Kamala, you get attacked by liberals more. Okay? So you can't call that a racial supremacy issue. It's not a racial thing. That's a Zionist thing. It's an ideological issue. And there is an element of supremacy. And some people can say and do whatever they want without, they can say and do whatever they want with impunity, as long as they say, yeah, but y'all didn't see all this AIPAC money I just got? Oh, well, you should have said so. I didn't know you were getting money from AIPAC. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Welcome to the club. Code Yarmulke. Let's hear Brie's response.
When it is Jewish history, it matters more. And I appreciated his honesty, and I could see why we were going to be on the wrong side of this issue, because I don't believe in racial supremacy, whether it's coming from BLM leaders talking about their list of demands for white people. I don't believe in racial supremacy if it's white people, and I certainly am not going to accept.
I don't believe in racial supremacy, but also saying the BLM leaders, because that's like a very generalized thing. It's just like getting into the weeds, but BLM, the 501c4 organization that screwed their own people, and BLM organizations that organize on the ground, those are two different things. And the BLM leaders, quote unquote, that she's referring to, that were on the ground, that are demanding things from white people, it's like, we are demanding that we don't get killed by cops. Like, it's not supremacy. That's just survival. I don't agree with racial supremacy. And I do agree with her about white supremacy, obviously, but like, there are levels to this. And that's where I would like to see Candace evolve more. because she's still coming out of that limited hangout of, like, I hate to call Candace a DEI hire, but effectively for TP USA, she was definitely a DEI hire. That it was the whole point of her being there. And you could tell by the issue that she was limited to talk about when she was at TP USA, which was always about race. That was what they do. You know, TP USA. That's the ironic thing about fucking Charlie Kirk complaining about DEI more than anybody else is this motherfucker is the king of the DEI hire. I've never seen anyone do more DEI hires in such a short period of time. That's a different conversation for a different day. But that's where I want Candace to begin to open her eyes a little bit more. And I think now that she is out of that Zionist limited hangout, and her future is now is on the line, if you will, right? How she goes forward with the way that she's perceiving this information is a big deal, because you just left Daily Wire. It's going to be interesting to see how you're damn sure not going to TP USA again. Daily Wire is like the next biggest thing, or at least on par. So you're kind of like out there by yourself now. So you got to shape who we're going to be finding out. And this was a first step, like this firing and the way she is handling this issue with Israel and Palestine. I feel like this is the first step into us finding out finally exactly who Candace Owens is. Not Candace Owens, who became an Obama girl because she saw it was popular to be black and be pro-Obama. Or the Candace Owens who then flipped her website to being pro-Bernie because she saw how popular it was to be leftist and pro-Bernie, and then immediately flipped it to be pro-Trump because she saw how you could be even more popular if you're black and pro-Trump. Or the TP USA, who's a right-wing social justice warrior who's only talking about black people, or the Ben Shapiro, you know, like, we're going to find out who Candace Owens is finally. And it's going to be very interesting to see. But I want to hear Brie's response.
If it's Jewish people, that's not something that anyone should accept.
Well, it'll come as no surprise to you, Candace, that I feel differently about when we can get more specific about your qualms with BLM. But with respect to Israel, I do think that what has become increasingly clear to people is that the ideology that sort of justifies a Jewish state created in the middle of an Arab land really requires a commitment to basically expelling, ethnically cleansing, and even committing what has been described by the ICJ as a plausible genocide against a population so that there can be a Jewish majority. And I know that's a sort of uncomfortable fact, but it's one that I think many people are coming to when you start to question why it is that Israel has made the choice to treat 5 million people who are in constructively occupied territory in both the West Bank and Gaza as second-class citizens for years and years, not to mention the 20% of Israel's population who are subject to about 60 different laws that discriminate against them in terms of housing, employment, and in other kinds of arenas. And it all comes down to when you start to listen to people explain why they think it's acceptable to, for example, kill over 270 Palestinians and murder so many children the way we saw just a few days ago in Gaza to rescue 3 hostages. You have people very openly saying it's justified. It would have been justified to kill 500, 1,000 Palestinians if it meant getting 3 hostages back. And
mind you, they got 3 hostages back. They killed 3 of. I guess it's also where Zionist lies, which we know they don't really care about those. But they killed 3. What they lost a soldier and lost 3 Israeli hostages to get those 3 hostages back. So, like, not only was it worth Palestinian lives, but like it was also worth Israeli lives. They're like, yeah, man, but you know, those hostages might have said told a different story, so we had to get rid of them. But we know that's how they do. It was about the narrative more than anything. I want to fast forward a little bit here. I got to go to a critique of Candace.
As soon as I was saying this is equal to me, it's like supremacy. You know, I don't know a single person who supremacy. You know, I don't know a single person who was not horrified by what happened on October 7th, who obviously wants every hostage to be returned because we value the lives of the innocent, full stop. It doesn't matter to me if that's an innocent Palestinian life or whether it's an innocent Israeli life. And as soon as I was saying this is equal to me, suddenly all of these attacks started. And I really did feel like what was happening after October 7th is very reminiscent to me of what was happening after 9/11 and growing up in the 9/11. And I look back on that time because I realized that there was this sort of media insistence. We didn't have social media. We didn't have other perspectives being given to us. There really was no sense of an independent media. But I look back on that and I realized I was almost brainwashed to believe that Muslim life had no worth. And thinking about how scared I was every time I saw a Muslim at, wherever I was, whether it was an airport, anywhere. And I actually believe that the media in America was successful in dehumanizing Muslims. I'm not a little girl anymore.
She's right.
Okay, I'm an adult. I am.
So that was one. So remember what I was saying? We're finding out who Candace is now. At TPUSA, she's not admitting that. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. She's not admitting that. Even if she believed that, she would not admit it. She's like, yeah, I was brainwashed. I was propagandized. Specifically by concern, because that's who was in charge. It was the Bush administration. Yeah, liberals too, but it was the Bush administration, her side, right, that was doing the brainwashing. And she fell for it. And she had a warped perception of a specific demographic because of it. And I'm gonna let her continue, but we gonna address this though.
Woman, I'm a mother, which is the most important thing. And I just remember after October 7th, I was very due to give birth, looking on Twitter and seeing these children. These children happen to have the same complexion as my daughter because I have a mixed child, being blown up, and then having people tell me that I shouldn't care about that. And I said to myself, okay, I totally understand people wanting to have their hostages returned. I can totally understand people wanting to make sure that their family is safe. But what I cannot understand is how you think you are a good person when you devalue the life of a child. You are a monster. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're an American commentator. I don't care if you're a rich billionaire. I don't care if you're the average person on the street. When you applaud one hostage being returned, and yet thousands of people who are similarly innocent were killed in the process, and you go, oh, well, too bad, you become a monster. And I know that there are so many people who agree with me in media who are scared to say that because they are fearful of having their jobs. They're fearful of losing their jobs, rather. So can you speak to exactly how you found out you were being...
So, ladies and gentlemen, y'all don't find that a little bit ironic? This is what I mean when we just learned a lot. This is not the first time that Candace has revealed the way she formulates her opinions and what moves her. Candace is the type of person that is extremely experiential, and she is extremely emotionally invested. Her logic is not based in logic necessarily. It is definitely emotional and experiential first, then logic to work backwards from the conclusion that she had already made. This is the second time where I can distinctively remember Candace coming out and being on the right side of an issue because of somebody close to her and the negative impact that it had or the negative experience that they had. For example, some of you all may not know, Candace Owens is actually really good when it comes to, and she's an activist actually. She would consider herself to be an activist when it comes to the issue of the crime bill, private prison industry, the privatization of the private prison industry. You know why? Because I believe it was her brother or her cousin who fell victim to that industry. So even though she was wrong on all these issues about race, definitely about politics, all of a sudden she's having this moment of clarity specifically about the private prison industry. I was like, what? How do you can't get all that shit wrong and then get this right? That doesn't make any sense. So now, fast forward, right? Being a parent, for those of you who are parents, y'all know, like, having your first kid will change you. Even if you're very empathetic and you care about kids, like having your first kid just changes you, just gives you a lot of perspective. And you begin to always think about, damn, what if my kid would go through this? In this particular case, this is the same Candace who's like, my race shouldn't matter. My race doesn't matter. My race is this is the same Candace, y'all. It's TPUSA Candace. She's kind of stood on that. And all of a sudden, it's like, I'm looking at these kids that are being bombed that are the same skin complexion as my kid. I have a kid, and I can't imagine being in that situation as a mother now. I'm horrified by this. I can't support this. Like, because she just had a kid. She's like, it's one thing when I'm not gonna say, yeah, no, you can sell yourself out. It's easier to sell yourself out because you can if you can just look in the mirror, you already done committed to the grift anyway. But your kid, you like, that's a different conversation. Your kid can face consequences from the world that you are living in for things that are not in their control, like the way that they look and people's perception of them. Yeah, Candace, that's what it means to be black. That's what we've been trying to tell you. You know that you are finally arriving to the party, Candace. You are finally beginning to see that, yes, white people, or people in general, but white people in a lot of cases, the way the world works is that they are conditioned to see certain people as being less valuable and more expendable. Now, yeah, you're famous, but you just went. We know the reason that you were valuable to TPUSA is because you were, in fact, a DEI hire. That's facts. Probably the same for Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire. Yeah, you were valuable from that regard, but you were less valuable. Like, no, we don't got to keep this black girl around for her to talk about brown people. We didn't bring a black girl on this network for her to be on the side of the oppressed. That's not why Ben Shapiro's and Charlie Kirk's bring on the Candace Owenses of the world. Right? And she, after being a mom, after looking at her kid and realize, oh shit, my kid is black. You know, if you have black, you're like, I'm black. Yeah, I mean, my dad don't look like me. I would be surprised. My son looks like I did whenever, because I was white when I was a baby. But my point is like, I'm black. I don't get to point at my family lineage and be like, oh, look at that side of my family. No, it's not how it works. I'm black. It's how it works. And Candace sees it. I'm not looking at Candace anymore. I'm looking at my kid. And she's empathizing experientially. And now her logic is changed. Like, hold up, I can't support this shit. This is insane. Yeah, Candace. And now all the excuses because you know what they're doing, they're giving out these excuses to justify the genocide. Candace don't want to hear that shit. She's like, no, because all you're doing is giving excuses to justify the devaluation of those lives because of their religion or their skin complexion or their ethnicity. Your excuses are irrelevant to me because we know why you're doing it. And it's not like Candace is obviously not like jumping on the pro-Hamas or October 7th bandwagon, but she doesn't focus on that. She doesn't focus on the reaction to the oppression, the reaction to the discrimination, the reaction to the apartheid. She's like, yeah, well, you know, okay, October 7th was bad. You know, innocent lives are innocent lives. But she focuses more on the oppressor than the reactions of the oppressed. So that's what I mean by we are now going to start to find out who can. Is she gonna mess up? We're gonna be a lot of stuff that you disagree with, certainly. But what I'm saying is we're gonna find out who she actually is, because without Charlie Kirk in her ear, without Ben Shapiro in her ear, without the pressures that come with being the DEI hire for those type of organizations, now it is strictly her experiential empathy and the facts, you know, as she knows them to be. because there's no way that she could say something like that and not get the irony. Like, damn, yeah, man, I've actually been conditioned to see Muslims as less than human, to fear them, to stereotype them, to generalize. Yeah, Candace, it's like, you mean like you do with black people all the time? Yeah, that's what we've been trying to tell you. Let me get some of these super chats real quick. Oh, let me go ahead and put my glasses on. Look, I'm crazy, bro. I don't know why I would do this to myself. Old Crow said, it kills me when they say how Israel is our greatest allies. All the years I spent in the Middle East, Israel never was involved, even in air operations. How are they our greatest allies? I will say, as somebody who was in the military, sometimes Israel a lot of the times is involved, but it's unofficial. They have to keep the distance officially. So they'll coordinate with senior military leaders, exchanging intelligence, etc., and even sending some soldiers. But those soldiers will be in ACUs, like American uniforms. Like I was in an intelligence brigade where that actually was a thing. So, but get your point. Sparky, maybe I should return Briahna's calls. What? Oh, that's funny. Colin, thanks for the super chat, man. It's funny that Candace, because of her faith, is able to sympathize with Palestinians, but her faith cannot sympathize for black people in this country or even in Israel. Has Candace said anything about sterilized Ethiopian Jews? I can guarantee Candace doesn't even know about that. Because of that conversation that we had a second ago about race. She doesn't even understand, like, no, there's racism within Zionism. There's racism within Judaism. So it ain't about racial supremacy necessarily, but I'll give her some leeway for now because she's still trying to understand all this new feeling of empathy for people who are being portrayed as barbaric and villainous and adversarial because of their race. She's still trying to, understand that emotion for the first time. And I could see that it's genuine. Like she's like, I can't believe I fell for this. You know what? Hey, man, look, it ain't never too late to come back home, Candace. It ain't never too late to come back home. It ain't never too late. And you can truly be independent. Hey, look, man, you can still hate on Kamala. That shit fun. Us black leftists love hating on fucking coons. I mean, I don't know what to call them. We love it. You can come and join us. Sparky, thank you for the super chat. In my life, race shifted from just black, white, or East Asian to include ethnicities in order to further divide us. No, ethnicities are actually used. So I can see why you would think that, but that's actually not the case. Only because I literally studied why we have that particular distinction. And the reason why is because people were under the belief that, like, for example, you can't have racism in Brazil or Colombia. And like, why? Because they're all Latino. So I would know that's not. No, there's colorism and racism there too. What do you mean? It actually, the exclusion of ethnicity specifically. Ethnicity is more like a cultural link that you might have to a region or a group of people. And trying to say, oh, we're Latinos, so we don't have that. Like, that is an attempt to ignore the problems in a place like Venezuela, for example, where indigenous, like before Hugo Chavez and Maduro took over, indigenous people and black people and mestizos in Venezuela were significantly oppressed. In Colombia, same thing, right? Hell, in Argentina, the indigenous and black were damn near wiped out. And they say, no, we don't got that problem here. Why? Because we're Latino. We don't have racism. Like, nah, they have colorism. Sometimes it bleeds into racism. So, like, it's important to acknowledge that just because we might have the same ethnicity, right? So, for example, if you are Bayesian, that just means you're from the country of Barbados. Your family from the country of Barbados. Y'all don't think there's racism in Barbados? There's a shitload of colorism and racism in Barbados because they have same thing in Trinidad. There's the Desi dominant side, then there's the African dominant side, and there's even the indigenous side, and there's the mixed side. So like, that's why it's important to understand the difference between the two, ethnicity and race. Colin, you said, but with her kids, they will be okay more or less because they're wealthy. Yeah, yes and no. Yeah, they'll be okay. Like they're not gonna suffer. But just because, you know, money can't always protect you from the perspective of society, right? I mean, shit, to some degree, Candace figure it out herself. Like, and I think she has a daughter, so there's that. So like, yeah, they'll be protected to some degree, and they'll live a lovely life. But you know, it's like Vinny from who plays for Real Madrid, the Brazilian. You know, he sued the people that were basically terrorizing him for being black. He won, by the way. Like you know, being a black man, it's hard to do what you do at a professional level, enjoy yourself, without the constant anxiety, with constant anxiety of like knowing that people's perspective of you that has nothing to do with your performance actually can have an outcome on your career, your professional life, your social life, et cetera, or your life, your actual life, your safety, because we know like how, like in Vinny's case, for example, it can get dangerous in Europe for black football players, for black soccer players, right? It can get dangerous. Hell, y'all remember Thabo Sefolosha from the NBA? He's half black, half Swiss. This man's career was ended because the cops beat the shit out of him and broke his leg. And it was the wrong house. You get what I'm saying? Like, bullets don't really check your bank account before they kill you. You feel me? So like that, there's always that one-off chance that you could be that your kid could be that victim. So Sparky said, men change the most when they have a daughter. I could believe that. My brother changed a lot when he had a daughter. In 2022, I saw an Azov kid that looked like my son. Then I knew Biden would push for the draft. Oh, well, shit. You call that one. They're doing an automatic draft now, which is crazy. But yeah, we're gonna cover this a little bit more and we're gonna move on. But I definitely want to go over this last part of something Candace said, just to kind of reinforce what we were just talking about.
And supporting, because look, 20% of the population is Arab and we all live peacefully, and isn't that wonderful? But also to be making the argument that we can't have any more Palestinians because they're inherently violent, they're inherently regressive, they will ruin our society if they come into the country.
Well, that's what I'm speaking to when I talk about this dehumanization of Palestinians that's happening right now in the media. It's disgusting. And like I said, you know, I would say I'm agnostic on the issue. I want to learn more, which is why I'm trying to have a debate with somebody who is, you know, radically pro-Zionist. I don't have an issue with the fact that you're radically pro-Zionist. What I have an issue with is that you speak down to people as if you are a superior and you won't debate your ideas, right?
That's what we've been trying to tell you, Candace. That's you hear I don't even, and I know like now she's like, yeah, I'll debate anybody. Yeah, like this ain't the Candace from, once again, this is not the Candace from TPUSA. If Candace debated anybody on racial issues back in the day, it was a very controlled environment. It was somebody like a liberal that would not actually argue the points correctly, would not dissect her arguments or her fallacious logic. It wouldn't be somebody like Briahna Joy Gray or myself or my guy Colin, educated in his own right. Like it would be some liberal who would actually probably hurt an argument when it comes to the criminal justice system or the way that black people perceived, or like, no, it wouldn't be somebody who understands like you cannot generalize BLM, for example. I am one of those people who often criticize BLM, the 501c4 nonprofit organization that I knew was exploiting Black people in order to drive people into Joe Biden's arms. I knew that. I was one of the ones who talked about it. Same with Antifa. I got a lot of flack from like, y'all know this is like a Joe Biden front company, basically. That's why they disappeared whenever Biden got in office. Like, boy, hold on. I definitely just checked my calendar, and it turns out fascism is actually still on the agenda for the establishment. It has not gone anywhere. Yet Antifa disappeared. So there's a distinction from, I mean, hell, you can look at, I don't know, the Humane Society, for example. The big corporation is shit, but the work that the local organizations do is real. And there is a distinction to be made if you are willing to make that distinction. And if you were in Candace's position as she was with TPUSA and Ben, she wasn't willing to make those distinctions because it was inconvenient. It was inconvenient for the brand. It was too nuanced. It was a, you know, the motive of her being there was to be the DEI hire to push tropes. Because if a Black person says it, you're brave, right? Hell, and to be honest, TPUSA haven't really been able to find anybody to push the grift as good as Candace was able to. I'll tell you that. They've been trying. They go get gay Black guys and all kinds of, they get a lot of gay Black dudes, actually. It's kind of weird. They're really obsessed with gay Black dudes and pushing. I don't know why. Like, it's a specific thing, but it's not really any different than, I guess, like liberals. It's kind of bizarre, but whatever. But it was the people that she was working for. They probably did disallow her to some degree, but she at least convinced herself that it was not necessary to traverse the nuance. Like, nah, you gotta have that conversation if we're going to be honest. Like, don't tell, like this trick on Twitter, which I'll pull up the tweet later, who was talking about, oh, I don't hate Black people. I hate Black culture because Black culture is antithetical to my Christian belief. I'm like, hold up, what? Bro, what the fuck does that even mean? And she kind of tries to defend herself in the comments because, you know, now it's cool. The cool thing on the social justice warrior of right is to try to be edgy by saying you don't like Black people. Like, bitch, we already knew y'all didn't like Black people. I don't know why people are getting famous for saying that. Like, we didn't know y'all. Like, we already know who y'all are. But whatever. But she came out in the comments and said, no, it's like there is just a bunch of degeneracy. I'm like, bro, you do know white people are literally American white people specifically are historically degenerate. Historically. In the 60s and the 70s, when most American Black people were extremely conservative, socially, religiously, and politically, we're doing well, we're doing much better economically. We're staunchly anti-drug, straight and narrow. White people, 60s and 70s, y'all out here trying every damn drug known to man. Y'all literally were inventing drugs to do. It was known. Wow, you know, you get what I'm saying, y'all? Like, y'all got Black Panthers and shit training people how to defeat the community, and like, but what we know is like they literally, that's a whole thing. Like, yeah, man, you know, I did a lot of drugs in the 60s, man. The 60s and 70s were crazy, dog. It was a well-known thing. That's what rock and roll and all that, like, yeah, we gonna act like that didn't happen. And then they'll look at you and be like, oh, but hip hop, man, that's yeah, like, okay, hip hop is actually a reflection of an environment that people were forced into by governmental policies. That it's not the same thing. Now it got weaponized and corporatized, but that's a different conversation for a different day. But my point is, this girl trying to pretend like, no, that's what Black. I'm like, no. We're not doing this. We're not doing it. You can't sit here and try to you can't tell Black people what Black culture is. Somebody said, she made a comment about hunting, for example. I was like, you do know, because somebody, a Black hunter posted his videos, and she's like, oh, like Black people are out there hunting all the time. Bro, Black people in the South and in the Midwest hunt they ass off. Killer Mike talks about it all the time, actually. It is a big deal for Black people in the South to hunt and fish. I don't like hunting and fishing. I don't like because I like animals too much. But I'm allergic to fish. But they love hunting. That is a big ass deal for Black people. One of my friends is literally he's like a professional fisher, like a kayaking fish, like what is it called? Fly fishing or whatever the hell. He's a professional. And he gets sponsorships for hunting. Like that's what he's one of the blackest people I know. Like outside of that, he's just run of the mill average American Black guy. But that's what his career is. I know Black people that literally can hunt with bow and arrows, bro. I know several of them actually. But because you don't know any of them, you're like, no, that's white people culture. No, not really. If you want to talk about Black culture, like Black culture is jazz. That's us. Rock and roll, technically, that's us. Fiscal conservatism. Whenever white people in the white-owned banks were throwing and blowing money in the Roaring 20s, Black banks, Black Wall Streets were practicing conservative economic and investment policies, which is how they survived the Roaring 20s, and FDR punished them by closing them anyway. Community building, that's Black culture. In fact, all the elements of Black culture were targeted and destroyed with government policies to counter. Like, because it was too much. Like, no, we can't have them doing this shit. This is a recipe. I'm looking at Black culture. Black culture is a recipe for success. We gotta get that shit out of here. That was Black culture. Where did crack cocaine come from? You can't talk about crack until you talk about cocaine, which is where crack cocaine comes from. Who is doing the coke? Because it won't Black people, because Black people couldn't afford it. How did it get into the communities? Where did it come from? Coke was seen as a white rich man's drug, degeneracy. Crack was seen as a poor Black people's drug. You feel me? So my point is that I hope that Candace understands and begins to see, like, yeah, bro, everything you're saying about Palestinians is true, and you should apply that level of empathy and logic. You should reverse engineer that logic and apply it to the Black people that you're always criticizing. And I'm not even saying that Black people are free from criticism, because we have our own criticism within our community. I have a lot of beef with Black people. Just, for example, the way that American, who I like to affectionately refer to as the family reunion Black people, usually of the South, they got constant and regular beef with the diaspora. Then you have the elite Black people, usually part of the family reunion Black, but they don't even like their relatives a lot of the time. You have the academic scholars, like the Winston-Salem, if you're familiar with that area, like parts of Durham in North Carolina, Berkeley in California. Like there are elitist Blacks that don't like anybody. Then you got the Africans who got their beef with when they moved to the States. You got the Caribbeans who will sometimes isolate, but then other times they get discriminated against, which is what caused them to isolate. Like we got our own problems. We do. And we have genuine criticisms of our community and stuff that are stopping us from overcoming the oppression, the oppression from the government, but the setbacks that have happened over the years. We can't get past it because of problems in our own community. And those are genuine criticisms to be had. But like, don't be blaming us for cops that are trained by the IDF killing us in the street during traffic stops. Don't do that. Like that shit, because now you're cheering on and defending the same government that you're criticizing in this very moment over how, because you're just like, oh, they're paid off by Israel, they're paid off by Ukraine, and these neo-Nazis, they're paid off by, and Candace will acknowledge that. So now you can't, I'm consistent on this. Like, whenever I have to criticize somebody for something, I'm not going to turn around and pretend like all of a sudden the influences that they were under disappear because they say something I like. Like, especially when it comes to foreign policy or a major issue. Just because you say something I like or that I kind of agree with doesn't mean that those influences aren't there. It probably means you're not, because like Biden criticized Netanyahu. Does that mean he's anti-Israel? No. It does not mean that at all. It just means that he's trying to pander. There's an ulterior motive. But like, I'm anti-CIA, anti-FBI, anti-NSA, anti-intelligence community, right? I am very much so anti-cop. Y'all know that. Why? Because the cops work for the same people that... We're not the cops enforcing the curfews, the illegal curfews during protests, during COVID. The illegal curfews, because one, they were trying to shut down protests, but two, they were just enforcing curfews because COVID. Like, they were just like, yeah, man, you can't be on the street. Why? COVID, I guess. I'm like, that's illegal, right? You can't do that. The same cops that you're cheering on, because you know Candace loves talking about George Floyd. You defending those cops, pretending like George Floyd is like this evil human being. Yeah, even if he did commit a crime at some point in the past, which is like, okay, that means he deserves to die. That's not how that works. There's a whole due process for that. Right? Those same cops will turn around and they're going to be the ones taking your guns. They're going to be the ones throwing your kid in jail. They're going to be the ones who shoot. Y'all got to remember, you know, Candace has a daughter. Y'all remember they shot Philando Castile and with his daughter in the car, his daughter and girl in the car. So I hope that going forward that Candace thinks about this type of stuff, because she could be an ally. She's an ally in this particular movement, right? And it could be momentum shifting when it comes to the energy behind important issues domestically as well, if she allowed it to be. And I also want to say, before we move on to the next topic, I am very, very happy and proud of Brie for being willing to go on to Candace's show without the fear of judgment, right, from her leftist companions, without like worried about being attacked for talking to Candace, without being willing to hear disagreement, something that she would disagree with from Candace, and not going on a tangent about it because she knows what, like, they're focused on the topic, because it helps to further reinforce the standard that, like, on issues where our interests converge and we agree, we can focus on that and we can talk about it and we can educate people on it. We don't have to have identical beliefs. I don't have identical beliefs with anybody that I know, guys. I don't. So me having once again, I would rather talk to somebody on the right that I know that I have genuine disagreements with, but we agree on these one or two very, very important issues, than talk to somebody on the left who I know is bullshitting. They pretend like they agree on certain issues, but in reality, they're grifters. Right? We see a lot of that. People are willing to engage and boost and signal boost grifters on the left because the perception is better for them. Right? But then, and it's like, well, you do know, like, this person has said this, and this, and this, and this, and this. They're inconsistent. They've literally switched up every main, they've switched up on any significant issue that they've talked about over the last 2 or 3 months at the convenience of the grift. Yeah, but the perception is, right, that they're acceptable. They're part of the limited hangout. And they're okay with doing that, but wouldn't be okay with talking to somebody like Candace Owens on an issue they agree with, which I feel like is toxic and it's immature and it's unproductive. We need to be able to have these conversations because once again, like what Candace said in the interview, if you don't want to talk about the issue or debate an issue that you disagree with that person, right? Then you don't actually believe in that issue, or you don't know enough about it, or you're scared that you're going to be exposed and going to be educated, right? There's a difference between being exposed and educated. You're only exposed if you had no intention on being educated or moving on that issue, right? If you're being educated means, oh, that's cool. I learned something new today. I'm gonna put that in the old memory bank. We might go ahead and take that going forward and see how I feel about it. See if it changes my mind. That's why it's important to have these conversations. You got to be willing to challenge yourself, to be okay with being challenged on your ideas, and to not give a fuck about the perception of you talking to somebody. Because like, what is that? What is you talking to them and you espousing your belief system have to do? It shouldn't have anything to do with the perception of how people see you. But if it does, oh the fuck, well, those people are weird. If they are mad at you for talking to Candace about this issue that y'all are both right on, like that's weird. And don't associate with them. That's how. But different conversation for a different day. But I appreciate her being willing to talk to Candace on this issue. Y'all, what is Biden gonna get replaced? I'm curious if y'all think Biden gonna get replaced. I'm genuinely curious because y'all saw the G7 summit stuff. We gonna play a little compilation too. But y'all saw the G7 summit stuff, right? That man was lost the whole weekend, from the parachute situation to Obama having to carry him off the stage. Like, hey man, come on, old man, you're going the wrong way. You're not even like responding to the applause anymore. You're just staring out into space. Like it. I almost feel bad for him if he wasn't a segregationist, neo-Nazi supporting piece of shit. I'm gonna play for y'all really quick this little compilation, this little supercut, if you will, of just how bad the gaffes have been, or the gaffes have been for Biden.
Tell you the truth. Start your tape right now because I'm about to tell you the truth. And F you if you can't handle the truth. This version of Biden is the best Biden ever.
She knows so long as she was denied.
In fact, I think he's better than he's ever been.
President Biden has a photographic memory. His understanding and mastery of a complicated geopolitical situation, remarkable.
He is sharp, intensely probing, and detail-oriented and focused.
Jackie, are you here? Where's Jackie? I didn't think she was going to be here.
I was sitting, 2 feet from him across the table, and he was, intense.
Have trouble walking sometimes? Yeah, so did FDR. He wanted GD war.
But he's totally focused. He's very sharp.
They say he's sharp in meetings.
Bro said, so did FDR. You mean the guy who died from polio? Right? Didn't FDR die from polio? Yeah, he had trouble walking. Also, some people were judging FDR's mental state before he left, right? Like, and we learned because of FDR how important it is to not have somebody who is on their deathbed be president of the United States in the middle of one of the most important worldwide international relation transitions in the world, like in history.
Meetings and so on.
Very lucid, very well informed. Biden is stately, and he comes with gravitas. There hasn't been, as far as I know, a single claim that Biden made a mistake.
Ageism is an issue. Americans have a rich history of holding people's physical characteristics against them. Okay, you can ask African Americans.
He's older. That doesn't mean that he is unfit, and there's a lot of ageism there.
Now, this age attack, this obsession by the right,
Joe Biden may not be able to speak for himself the way that he used to.
They want to think to take on government if we get out of line, which they're talking again about, and that's him lying around.
I think people should be speaking up for Joe Biden.
Americans and reporters in the media are just judging him by a physical appearance, and it's horribly unfair. Age is an asset.
He showed exactly how with it he is.
The flip side of this coin is that he has a tremendous amount of wisdom and experience. Have you heard any concerns from anyone who has met with President Biden about him seeming a little slower?
No. You know what's crazy about that? Morning. Do y'all remember that segment from Morning Joe? I'm gonna see if I can find it. Where Morning Joe literally was like, "Yeah, man, everybody I've talked to has said they have concerns about it." And he's like, no. So it's like one guy, literally, Joe Scarborough, who was on Biden's jock, one of the most popular and loyal Democratic talking heads there is like, yeah, no, a lot of people talked to me about it. This is before, he got the call. He got the call and he fixed it. But yeah, I remember that whole segment. And he's like, nah, nobody said that. None? Zero? Come on, guys.
More wild speculation from a bunch of people who have probably never been in a room with Joe Biden and certainly don't have medical degrees that I'm aware of.
I don't gotta be in the room with Joe Biden, nor do I need a medical degree to know when the man it literally is trying to walk off stage one direction and he got to get killed. Y'all remember that? What was that? I feel like that was at NCA&T actually. Remember when he was walking off the stage and he literally just walked towards the wall and like they had to go get his ass so he could walk off the stage correctly? Why do I need a medical degree to see that? I don't need a medical degree when he started talking about a sentence and then he said blah, 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 blah. Or whenever he literally just is reading the prompt and he reads the subtext of the prompt, or of the prompter, the teleprompter. Look away or walk away off the stage and wave and smile. Like, what? But, maybe that's just a stutter. That's what they said, right? It's just a stutter.
Don't get paid for performance to be president. The job is not a job of endurance. I don't see Donald Trump out bike riding like Joe Biden.
It's the Hillary's email. All they have is that he's old. He can clear a dementia bar, and that's probably a win.
The media are not fair, and they're getting less and less fair, and things are frightening. You have Wall Street Journal running a horribly sourced piece saying that Biden is unfit.
Dubious Wall Street Journal report about the president's acuity.
Shoddy story by the Wall Street Journal questioning Biden's mental fitness.
The media isn't fair, but they just had every damn mainstream media company go out and defend Joe Biden because of a Wall Street Journal piece. It isn't fair.
Wall Street Journal story had a lot of flaws, as you said. But Sinclair, they didn't do any original reporting. They didn't follow up. They didn't do any work.
Here is today.
Why do you need to do original reporting and videos? We got videos.
Hirsch.
Joe Biden is doing his own original reporting. That boy is doing live interviews every time he get on camera and do shit like that.
Over Poland is still, he is not here with us, but he's still being held by Hamas.
But a huge part of the Mueller report talks about Russian disinformation tactics. And one of the themes this election cycle is that Joe Biden is too old to lead. And so everyone is seizing upon this. And it is a classic disinformation tactic. And I think the best thing that we can do is to prepare the American people for this false.
I got a question, y'all. How do you prepare the American people how do you prepare to explain to the American people that this is disinformation, that Joe Biden, who is, I believe, about to be 82 years old and will be roughly 86 by the end of all this, who is showing clear signs of dementia? How are you? Yeah, go ahead. Please explain to me. How do you prepare for that? How do you explain that? Yeah, is he too old? Well, how old is he? He's about to be 82. Y'all don't think that's too old? That is disinformation. Is his birthday on Wikipedia wrong? No. Is his birth certificate lying? No. Well, then it sounds like that's pretty old, but okay, whatever. Y'all want to put him through a test? Oh, no, can't do that. That's unfair. That's ageism. Well, then what are y'all going to do? I would love to know. Y'all got to understand, bro. This is the most clearest evidence. This is the most clear evidence that I've ever seen that we know our president doesn't run shit in our country. He doesn't run a damn thing. And that's what the conclusion of all this should be. Our president, the United States president, does not run the country. That is why they are so incredibly okay. Like, not okay with it. They are pushing for Joe Biden to be the president again and for everybody to ignore it because they're like, well, I guess if he actually was in charge of something, this could be a big deal. But he's not. He's not actually in charge of anything. So, yeah, it's cool. We can push it. It's fine. Just make sure you make the check out to me, or make sure you get my direct deposit in my routing number right whenever I get on this news and tell y'all that Joe Biden isn't demented, even though we've all watched videos. Did y'all see the parachute fiasco? There was even somebody that went on the news. Oh, shit, it was today. They tried to debunk the parachute fiasco from G7 Summit. Y'all gonna laugh when y'all see this, because I had to watch it twice and maybe 3 times and be like, hold on, what? I'm confused. Because when somebody writes something like digitally altered, CBS confirms, footage from the G7, digitally altered, I'm like, oh, okay, let me go ahead and put my glasses on. I'm gonna zoom in. Let me see what they're talking about, because this could be a big deal. I might have fell for the propaganda, guys. I'm not, infallible. Yeah, nah, it might take y'all like 2 or 3 times to see what they're talking about.
Clips went viral on social media and were picked up by some news outlets. Take a look at this clip, for example. It shows Biden and other world leaders watching a skydiving demonstration before the president is seen walking away and looking in another direction. Outlets claimed that he was sort of just aimlessly wandering away. The clip amassed millions of views within just a few hours, when actually if you widen out.
Pop quiz. What was the alteration, the digital alteration? Did y'all see it? We're gonna check it out again. Because I'm not joking. I watched it like 3. I'm like, what the fuck? Because I watched it on silent. I like watching things on silence at first, because like I don't, when it comes to things like this, because like I want to be able to see that it was clearly altered.
Biden and other world leaders watching a skydiving demonstration before the president is seen walking away and looking in another direction. Outlets claimed that he was sort of just aimlessly wandering away. The clip amassed millions of views within just.
Yeah, did y'all catch it? Did y'all catch the alteration? Did y'all catch? No, probably not, right? So you're going to hear why. You're going to hear her explanation for why they're calling this digitally altered footage.
Wandering away. The clip amassed millions of views within just a few hours, when actually if you widen out, you can see that he was talking to one of the members of the military that was participating in that demonstration.
No, I know, God. I know. That ain't not just try to pull that shit. I know that's not what just happened. I want y'all to look at this one more time, y'all. One more time.
Clip, for example, it shows Biden and other world leaders watching a skydiving demonstration before the president is seen walking away and looking in another direction. Outlets claimed that he was sort of just aimlessly wandering away. The clip amassed millions of views within just a few hours, when
almost exactly at the same time. What was digitally altered? The not even 2 seconds, where like you could see him a little, you could see the soldier putting together his parachute, repacking his parachute a little bit longer. And they're like, oh, he was clearly talking to that soldier. I'm confused. Why wasn't the soldier responding? If that's what the claim is. Right? The soldier was there, unless he was digitally altered and put into the photo. Why wasn't the soldier responding? And how are y'all like, and they're acting like the mainstream media didn't put that. We pulled that footage from mainstream live television. That's where I got my shit from the Telegraph. Like whenever I did my hotspot video, I literally got it from the Telegraph. Some people got theirs from CNN. Like, I don't even know. They're like, because she didn't even specify which version. I guess she just is assuming that we're all supposed to know, is like we're supposed to believe that it's this version that went viral. We don't know which version she's talking about went viral. A bunch of different versions went viral, and the one that I saw was from mainstream, and I saw that soldier there, and I was like, I'm confused. What is she talking about? That is what they're trying to use to convince people that everything that happened that weekend was fake, and we have no reason to worry. Yeah, Joe Biden totally wasn't about to go take a vacation to Narnia. That totally wasn't about that. That boy was on his way to that wardrobe. And he was about to go find a witch and ride a lion. That is where Joe Biden was on his way to. He was not talking to that soldier that we all saw on the ground the first and second time. If anything, it makes it worse because she's like, yeah, he was clearly talking to that soldier, which we don't know because we don't see him interacting at all. We don't know what he's doing. And then two, the soldier is not even acknowledging him. And the soldier, I'm assuming, is fully aware he's at the G7 summit, that if a president is talking to him, I'm sure the soldier going to turn around. You're just trained to do that. Whenever you have senior leadership around, you make sure that you always respond accordingly. You're not going to ignore the president when he's talking to you. And the soldier doesn't even notice his presence there. And if y'all don't think that these motherfuckers are trolling us, I got some bad news for you. This is a whole troll job. Like, I truly believe that the establishment they love to play this game where they remind us that, yeah, we're trolling y'all and there's not anything that y'all can do about it. Because this is right after that weekend, y'all. Right? This is June 14, 2024. Oh, I need to zoom in. Y'all need to see this, yeah. No. Yeah, it says what y'all think it says. A proclamation on World Elder Abuse Awareness Day in 2024. I'm gonna skip all that because you already know what that means. But yes, this is executive order, y'all. Now, therefore, I, Joseph R. Biden Jr., President of the United States of America, by virtue of the authority vested in me by the Constitution and the laws of the United States, do hereby proclaim June 15, 2024 as World Elder Abuse Awareness Day. I encourage all Americans to be diligent and work together and strengthen existing partnerships and develop new opportunities to improve our nation's prevention of and response to elder abuse, neglect, and exploitation. Oh my God. Oh my God. Y'all, this is right after the parachute. This is right after Biden was with black people. You know, they were clapping, probably singing This Little Light of Mine. I don't know why I always feel like black people are just singing This Little Light of Mine, but that's what it looks like they always clapping to. And Biden's over here like this. Like I said in my hotspot video, he looks like my cat whenever I have guests over. And like my cat just gets into, he got a ghost friend that he always looks at and he'll just stop what he's doing. And no matter what's going on, who's calling him. That's what Biden looked like. This is the same week, y'all, the same weekend, and the same weekend that Obama had to pull him off the stage. They had the audacity to have this man then sign an executive order to create a World Elder Abuse Awareness Day after he spent the entire weekend being elderly abused. Y'all can't convince me that the establishment ain't trying to troll us. Y'all cannot convince me. I thought this shit was fake. When I first saw it appear on Telegram, I'm like, no, I'm not gonna fall for that. That's fake. I'm not even going. I said, nah, man, because sometimes when it looks too obviously fake nowadays, you got to confirm because a lot of times that should be real. So I go check it out. And I look up, I'm going straight to the White House website for this shit. I'm not gonna look at the article. I don't want nobody, because there ain't no way he just spent the whole weekend in Oz, the whole weekend in Narnia, the whole weekend across the Spider-Verse somewhere, at least mentally, and then got the audacity to wake up on Monday morning and say, it's like this man screaming out for help. He's like, help me. I don't know what else to tell y'all. Ain't no way his PR team woke up on Monday morning after that weekend and was like, yeah, man, it'd be a great idea. You know what'll help people forget about everything they just witnessed this weekend from Biden? Yeah, let's talk about elderly abuse, the very thing that let's sign an executive order for elderly abuse, which is the very thing that literally everyone in the world is accusing us of being guilty of in our handling of Biden. Yeah, literally, Steve. It's Biden's own personal holiday, basically. So that leads us into a conversation of potentially Biden being replaced. And I know people have this conversation, and it's usually kind of like, and it's all technically it's going to be conjecture when I talk too, but I'm talking from experience and facts. People are under this impression that because Biden is the primary presumptive nominee of the Democratic Party, that he will be the president of the United States and will be the Democratic nominee leading the convention. That is not true. That is not necessarily the case. In fact, right now, there is no evidence, in my opinion, suggesting that Biden will absolutely 100% be the presumptive nominee after the Democratic convention, which I believe is in Chicago. First of all, y'all know Illinois, that's Hillary's crib. Y'all know that, right? And all of a sudden, she's been making appearances lately. I don't think Obama's been making appearances. I don't think he's going to throw his hat into the ring. But, Gavin Newsom's been being Gavin Newsom, right? They've been trying to focus a lot on Kamala lately. Putting out little feelers. I need y'all to understand something. Just because he technically won the primary so far, that has, unfortunately, as a former Bernie supporter, as a former Tulsi supporter, I'm aware more than most, that has literally zero bearing on the outcome of the Democratic National Convention. Y'all do know that. When those delegates get to the convention, they actually have every right to I'm not even talking about super delegates. We ain't even talking about that yet. Because right now, technically, he has all of them. But we know those can change too. But I'm talking about the literal delegates that were given to him with the states that he won. Those delegates have no obligation to stay with Joe Biden at that convention. In both 2016 and in 2020, there were delegates, for example, that switched from I'm not talking about super delegates, regular delegates. In California, most notably in 2020, Joe Biden won California, and then by the end of it, by the convention, those delegates had flipped to Bernie, and Bernie ended up winning California. Not by a lot, but he won because some delegates flipped at the convention. Anyone can be nominated at the Democratic National Convention. I repeat, anyone can be nominated at the Democratic National Convention. And if you are a part of the convention, if you are an official delegate and you have motion power, anyone can motion to suspend the rules. So they can really flip everything on its head and say, yeah, like due to extenuating circumstances, we're motioning to suspend the rules. And, we're going to they can do a private it would be pure chaos. most likely. Because you're going to have a Kamala wing, you're going to have a Hillary wing, and you're definitely going to have that little small Gavin Newsom wing. But the Democratic Party, in my opinion, they have no intention of running Joe Biden. Yeah, I do know that. I mean, that's just, call it what you want, but there's not enough cocaine and Adderall and Vyvanse in the fucking world that could help Joe Biden get through an entire debate with Donald Trump. It is actually y'all know how bad it is, y'all. The Democratic Party is effectively running the debate, right? They're actually, despite RFK Jr. actually meeting all the qualifications and the courts actually saying that he is allowed to be on the debate stage, they're going to break the law, and I guess they're just going to take the penalty for doing so, for not allowing him on the debate stage. Because technically it's a privately sanctioned event, which is insane because our debate should not be privately sanctioned events when it's a debate for the president of the United States of America, which is a public office. But that's neither here nor there. My point is, they are going to make it, no crowd? Like Zoom potentially? Like no audience? Only doing one, which is breaking orthodoxy? Do y'all understand? Like, the Democratic Party literally is telling y'all, what makes it crazy, so they're telling y'all that one, he can't handle it. He's not going to be able to go toe to toe. We're accustomed to seeing 4, 5, 6 debates, presidential debates, because it's usually like foreign policy focused, domestic policy focused. And then it's like an issue that's going on at the time that gets a lot of attention. Then it's, can you address your inconsistencies, the inconsistencies in your answers from before, since you've been addressed, since you've talked about this in the media since the last debate. You get what I'm saying? Like 4, 5, 6 debates. That's what we're used to. The pandemic was supposed to be an exception. Once again, I keep telling y'all, I'm like, y'all do know when they keep like violating our democracy like this, it's a tester, it's a feeler to see if they can get away with it. Just like with the curfews. It was about the protests, the violence of the protests. Then it was about COVID. And then it was, yeah, man, we just feel like it. We just want to see if we can get away with it. Y'all protesting about some random shit we don't like? Curfew. Right? So they bullshitted with the debates during the pandemic. They used the excuse that it was because of the pandemic, even though they follow all the procedures. Like, okay, well, if you can do one debate, you can do 4. Right? You get what I'm saying? If you're going to be precautionary, otherwise you're admitting that it's still a problem, and you should have just never did the debates anyway, or you should have did them strictly online. But that's not what happened. So like, if you could do one debate, you can do 4 or 5. But they tested it to see how people will react to it. Enough people were not upset enough about it. So they're like, yeah, we're running back. We're running back. So now you're in a situation where one of two things can happen. Biden doesn't got to be tested. He doesn't got to be challenged. Also, Trump doesn't get exposed to the degree that he should probably get exposed. And when it comes to issues like, y'all know how I feel about his stance on vaccines. Y'all know how I feel about his stance on Israel. Y'all know how I feel about him trying to be more anti-China than Biden. Him and Biden compete in that regard. He's inconsistent on Russia, right? He'll pretend like he's trying to make peace in that region. Then he'll turn around and do what? Put sanctions on them. So their hypocrisy will be exposed. Both of them. And they don't want people to know that no one wants anyone to know that Biden and Trump have a lot more in common than they pretend they do. Okay, so there's that. They don't want people to know how demented Biden actually is. But now, if I introduce Hillary, which is my pick, if they're going to replace Biden and they're going to, do you understand? Because it's now we get into ratings. Now we're getting into the ratings. Do you understand? CNN and MSNBC would make the comeback of the year in ratings if they got their Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump rematch. And they can have it. But we can't have this problem where we allow Hillary Clinton to talk herself into another fucking loss by debating Trump, getting flustered, getting exposed again, Trump addressing all the ways that he tried to fix problems with foreign policy that were actually created by Hillary Clinton's State Department. You know what I'm saying? So now if we only limit it to one debate and we've already set the parameters for that debate and we decided they can say like, oh no, this has nothing to do with Biden because look, we have Hillary now and we still have the same parameters. You get what I'm saying? Now Hillary doesn't get overly exposed if you have Gavin Newsom replaced, because you can expose the shit. Gavin Newsom he got a lot of problems, but his problems are not as well known to the general American population. And he is what some people would consider to be charismatic. I don't feel like he's charismatic. I feel like he's corny and like he just looks like he's trying too hard. Like he's trying to be a president. That's what he looks like to me. But to some people, that it's considered to be presidential. Being able to act like a president, even if you're trying too hard, is tantamount to being presidential. That's how they feel. And if he doesn't get into a tussle back and forth with Trump, he doesn't get exposed. So what happens? He gets us to moonwalk into a potential victory against Trump. And if you're the only way that you will find out about the problems that the contradictions and the controversies of Gavin Newsom and how problematic he is as a candidate, the only way you find that out is if you're going to independent media. But they're not going to put him up in a debate. And if it's Kamala, we know goddamn well Kamala could not. If Kamala and Trump debated, you want to see a dead body? Because that's what you're going to see. Kamala could not go toe-to-toe with Trump in a debate once, twice, 3, 4, 5 times. If she gets out that first time with her dignity, it would be impressive. So setting the stage to make sure that there is only one debate, if at most two, taking away the audience because you don't want people to know how people are responding to the question or to the answers from the candidates. And then leaving the interpretation of who won and who lost to the media the next day, which will be whoever is Fox News and those people are going to say Trump won. CNN, MSNBC, they're going to say, the people, the teams have already been chosen, right? Celtics fans are still Celtics fans. Mavs fans are still Mavs fans. Just because Celtics won the championship, that's not going to change either of those situations. You get what I'm saying? They know that. So they're going to once again lean into the hatred of Trump and hopefully the freshness of the face of either Kamala or Gavin. But in my opinion, I believe that they're going to go back into Hillary because the truth is they need somebody from that Democratic Leadership Council crowd because Joe Biden's basically the last one. I've talked about this on several of my shows, other people during other interviews. For those of you who don't know what the DLC is, the DLC is a Democrat Leadership Council. Technically, it's disbanded, but not really officially. And that was what was created in the 90s because the Democrats, they got tired of getting their asses handed to them by the Republicans, and they put it together so that they could learn how to be perceived as they were like, how do we beat the Republicans? We got to be more conservative than them, but we have to make it look like we're more liberal than them. And they put this council together. They uplifted Bill Clinton. There's never been a Democratic nominee for the Democratic Party or a Democratic president, or an administration rather, that didn't have a member of the DLC as a president or vice president, including Al Gore. Yeah, I don't know if I knew that. Bill Clinton member, Hillary Clinton member, Joe Biden was a member, Debbie Wasserman Schultz was a member, Al Gore. Like, there's never been a Democratic nominee where the presidential nominee or the VP was not a member of the Democratic Leadership Council. They need someone who understands how to maintain this power network. And right now, they don't have it. That is not Kamala and it's not Gavin. They can win the presidency, but can you unite the Democrats behind your corruption? Can you guarantee them protection? And right now, neither of them have the power to do so. Only Hillary does. But they don't know if Hillary could win. If you maybe convince her to shut up for long enough, maybe she can win. But, you know, Hillary, that's Hillary. So get some of these super chats. Sparky said, ironically, Candace, who's often accused of being a grifter, got real when she realized her employers were grifters. That is, yes. Many Caucasians are included in the people of color. Seems like whites are now just people who derive from Northern Europe. It all confuses my people brain. Spark, you know what? Remember that thought for Mimosa Monday. We can talk about that. We can talk about that because it's actually more than that. But that's actually a good topic to delve into because it is kind of complex to some degree. But like when it comes to being black, I always tell people, you don't get to decide if you're black. That's already been decided for you. I just say, hey man, like I say if you walk into your girlfriend's or your boyfriend's house, your white girlfriend's or your white boyfriend's house, right? Both parents white. Let's just say they're from Alabama. They're from the South, right? However, you would think that their parents would respond to you when they first see you. That is generally what race you are. Because race is not necessarily about how you view yourself. It can be when it comes to your culture and what you choose to participate in. But it is principally how the world perceives you and how they treat you because of it without it being your choice. You don't have a choice in that and controlling that. Because even if you are like these grifters that like to like shit on black people all the time, like the ones that work for TPUSA, they are in that position because they're black. And so even still, the perception of them is that their words should hold more weight and they're more popular amongst the white people who just want to shit on black people too, because if a black person says it, then it's okay because they're black. That's the point. So it is the perception of you more so than how you view yourself when it comes to that. So yeah, Newsom cushion in 2024. I mean, that's basically what it is if he won. But I think that Kamala would still remain the VP nominee. Funny thing is, not only is Biden the best Biden, he's the most competent person in his administration. Oh shit. You know what's so sad about that? That might be true. Between the two, at least he got just an excuse because Kamala don't got a goddamn excuse. We don't know why Kamala's so damn stupid. Sparky, like Bob Dylan said, you don't have to be a weatherman to know which way the wind blows. Yep. Hillary throwing her hat into the ring would be entertaining. It would be entertaining to say the least. I know some people think that Michelle might get in there. No, I don't think so, y'all. Michelle does not want to be president. I don't know why people think that she wants to be president. I guess because they assume that Obama wants to run by proxy. You know what I'm saying? Which I guess I can understand that logic. But nah, Michelle don't want nothing to do with the White House. She's talked about that. She doesn't like, it's kind of ruined her family. Y'all do know, like, they're not extremely estranged from their daughters, but they're kind of estranged from their daughters. The oldest has, like, Obama would talk kind of often and candidly about how he's like, yeah, me and my oldest daughter don't have anything in common anymore. She just spends most of the time mad at me. She doesn't even like talking to me. He joked about it during a Thanksgiving press conference, but it was because, like, you know, his daughter is very pro-Palestine, for example, anti-war, anti-everything Obama stands for. And she's like, and imagine being the daughter of who effectively at that time was the most popular president, like just charismatically, and everyone had this perception of him. Leftists had this perception of him. Liberals had this perception of him. And it was a lie. She knew it was a lie. And she's probably finding out when she gets to college. And now You don't even know how, like, people are like, man, your dad's Obama. That's cool. Nah, fuck my dad. I do not like that guy. And you gotta explain to everybody why your dad's a sociopath and a liar that manipulates people into thinking that he's better than he actually is, or actually was as a president. Yeah. And the other daughter don't really mess with him either. Like, yeah, you don't see the Obamas with their daughters often. When the last time y'all seen that? There's a reason for that. They do not like their parents. For real. That's like, since high school, I know the old, yeah. And then what? One of the Obama kids, didn't one of the Obama kids have trouble at the pro-Palestine rally too? If I'm not mistaken. So like, yeah, like it's the oldest, at least since high school, has not liked her dad. Obama even talked about it. So like Michelle doesn't want to also be estranged from her daughter and afford to put more strain on their family as well. So, hey, but I have a lot of respect for Obama's daughters. I've said that for a while. I'm like, yes, that's what we need, guys. Like, you got to be willing to challenge these people, even when it's uncomfortable. But yeah, man, June 15, man, Elderly Abuse Day. Elderly Abuse Day. Y'all can't convince me they're not trolling us, y'all. Cannot convince me they're not trolling us. I want to talk really quick about this. Y'all know who Charlemagne the God is, right? He's he's a that's why I refer to him as. He will get on and pretend like he's a leftist and pretend like he's woke and understands what's going on, and then he will literally do exactly what the Democratic Party tells him to do. Now, he's actually gotten some balls lately and decided to criticize Joe Biden very, very recently. But at the same time, when he gets that marching order, because he was the same way during the 2020 election, like during the primaries, he was willing to criticize. But then when it came down to it, he did what he always does. That's that CAA-UTA connection. They make the call. They make that call. But here, they're actually talking about the Israel-Palestine issue. And I wanted to talk about this. I saw Sabby talk about this. I actually was looking at this episode because of another clip. I didn't even see this part of the episode. And I saw like Sabby covered, and I was like, oh, no, I got to talk about this. This is crazy. Because the smugness of Bill Maher, bro. I can't fucking stand it.
On the head. That's what this is about. They think the war is coming, and you're going to need machine guns. Good night, everybody. No, I'm going to one more. That's a depressing note. Does Hillary Clinton endorsing Jamal Bowman's challenger signal that mainstream Democrats are tiring of the squad? Okay, this is very inside baseball.
First of all, they've always been tired of the squad, so I don't know why that's even a question. But Bill Maher's audience is just people who are habitually late to the party. So I'm not even surprised by that.
For those who don't fire,
it's very inside New York.
Follow politics. Jamal Bowman is a member of the squad. He is a Democratic congressman from New York, very far left. He's being challenged.
Not that far left.
Anti-Israel. He is.
He's not anti-Israel. Jamal Bowman is not anti-Israel. He took AIPAC money, and in fact, he was playing both sides on October 7th and talking about the hostages and kind of ignoring what was happening in Gaza until AOC kind of gave the green light to somewhat mention it after she got harassed into mentioning what was happening in Gaza. But Jamal Bowman has been defending Israel, like defending his support of the Iron Dome, defending even AIPAC at one point for years before October 7th popped off.
Being challenged in the primary by a more centrist Democrat who Hillary Clinton has endorsed. That's the background of this.
There's a split in the party. It's been going on,
right?
I mean, since Bernie Sanders ran, but on October 7th, it became very clear. And it's generational, and it's ideological, and it's philosophical, and I don't know where it's going to wind up.
Wow,
that was super profound. Wow, man, I don't know what we would have done without that analysis. Substack guy, man. I'm not judging, Substack, but like, holy shit, I can't believe this man got a call to be on the show to talk about politics, because that was That was crazy. Anyway, yes, no, they're not splitting the party. Let's be clear about that. Please explain to me, y'all. In the last 4 years, three and a half years during Biden's administration, in any major foreign policy or even domestic issue of merit, of note, where has there been a split? They almost unanimously agreed to defund the Iron Dome, unanimously agreed to give more money to police, unanimously agreed to give money and weapons to Ukraine, unanimously, like, where's the split at? You mean like on TV? You mean on Twitter? They got some tweets that they like where they disagree with each other? Where is the split at? You got AOC doing photo ops with Biden. AOC endorsed Biden before she even needed to. It wasn't even necessary for her to endorse Biden, y'all. He was going to walk away with the nomination, and she literally endorsed this man anyway. Where's the split? I'm confused. There's no split in the party. I just want to be clear about that. That's why I'm like, wow, that was like a really astute observation. No, it ain't. It's not even, I understand. There's a split potentially in liberal spaces, and because some liberals are realizing, damn, I might be more leftist than I thought I was. I thought I was liberal, but I might be leftist, or I'm definitely not whatever they are, like the Bidens, the neocons of the world. Maybe that, but like, yeah, I can't believe that did people clap at that?
It's ideological, it's philosophical, and I don't know where it's going to wind up.
Well, it's going to be fun at the convention.
Yeah, I know Jamal. I wouldn't say Jamal is. I don't think he's anti-Israel. He's anti, the war that Israel is waging on Gaza, or what genocide. They call a genocide, right? So
it's not a genocide. That's ridiculous.
I'm not. That's their language.
That's their language, and it's erroneous.
And
I hate how Bill Maher has so much free time because he don't even write his own shit. He don't produce his show. He don't, it don't even look like he look at the cards. He probably don't even put himself on. He don't do his make. He got all this free time, y'all. And he still don't just take 5 minutes to look up the definitions of words. It's not a genocide. It's erroneous. That's erroneous framing. It's erroneous. How? You're bombing. Oh, no. According to the UN, by the way, it's actually what they refer to as an extermination is actually what they called it. It is like Israel's literally graduated from genocide to extermination. That's what they found. So there's nothing erroneous about calling it a genocide unless you're like, that's not taking it far enough. Because genocide implies that there's not only massive targeted bombing of a specific group, ethnicity, demographic, whatever, but also displacement, forced migration, right? Like what they're trying to do by forcing Palestinians into Egypt, for example. Those are all pieces of a genocide. But if he wants to say it's erroneous because, well, actually, no, it's not a genocide. Because what the UN concluded, actually, which we'll talk about in a second, is that it's extermination. So they've gone beyond forced migration. They're just trying to kill all Palestinians however they have to do it. And you got all this free time. Your ass can't go to Wikipedia. Look, just go to Wikipedia. I don't even like Wikipedia. I know I hate Wikipedia. But at least Wikipedia knows what a genocide is.
That's what he's against. So, yeah, well, I think that
we're all against war.
Yeah.
At some point, you have to make reasonable, practical decisions.
He's not against.
If you think Hamas should be wiped out, and they did attack Israel, and they're avowed to wipe out Israel, they're the ones who actually are saying we would commit a genocide.
Okay. So, yeah, Hamas attacked Israel. Once again, October 7th was not the first day of the universe. That wasn't the day the universe was born. It wasn't the day the earth was born. Damn sure wasn't the day Israel was born. Literally, there had been attacks by Israel in both the West Bank and Gaza days and weeks leading up to that attack. So by his logic, that Israel was participating, or in the beginnings of participating in a genocide, and Israeli leaders, as we'll talk about in that report, literally said they're going to wipe out Gaza. That was the goal, was to wipe them out. Israeli intelligence put out a report where they're like, yeah, no, we want all of them, the 2 million Palestinians in Gaza, to go to Egypt. That's what they wanted. And they've been calling them into that direction. Like, so you do know what a genocide is, but it's just that basically, if Hamas attacks Israel and some prisoners get killed, and 1,200, well, allegedly 1,200 people, but actually it was less than that, and it was Israel who mostly killed them. But whatever, some people get killed in an attack, a retaliatory attack. Once again, we should be reminded it was retaliatory. In a retaliatory attack where hostages were taken and some people get killed, that is a genocide. But where the leaders come out and say, we want to wipe this entire group of people out and take their land, or we can force them into, to Egypt. That's fine too, whatever one. That isn't a genocide. And somehow this man has a show on HBO and gets paid millions of dollars to pretend like he knows what the fuck he's talking about. And that is crazy to me. And I don't know. And Charlamagne just kind of like sits there and like looking crazy at him, like, you don't know what the hell is going on. I just don't understand it.
And we do not want a ceasefire.
And we do not want a ceasefire, and we do not want a two-state solution. If you think they have to be wiped out, then Israel is going to have to conduct
Do you
this
think
war.
Netanyahu wants a ceasefire?
No. Of course
That's a
not. He
problem
wants to
too. That's
finish
a
the
problem
war.
too.
So does everybody in Israel. They all.
No. Yeah, I can't believe she actually got that part right. She was like, yeah, do you think Netanyahu wants a genocide? Wants a ceasefire? Yeah. You can't be like, oh, Hamas doesn't want, but Hamas offered. We already know. They said we do 100% prisoner exchange and everything can stop right now. Because that's why they took the prisoners. It was to get their prisoners, their hostages that are being held by Israel without charge back. We could have been at a ceasefire. But her point, well received. Netanyahu doesn't want a ceasefire. And she's like, oh, neither does it, so does everybody in Israel. They all.
Well, even when Netanyahu's days are numbered, but even when he goes, I know lots of people who've been to Israel, the policy will continue.
Yeah. That's kind of true, but the problem, that might have been true before. So here's the deal. That was before he had members of his own administration leaving, because they're tired now of the policies of Netanyahu, because now Israel is more unsafe than it's ever been. Right? To the point where literally former generals of his were working in his administration are like, nah, this is too much. We're out. They want him gone because they're now tired of Netanyahu's policies. But if y'all don't know, the reason Netanyahu doesn't want a ceasefire, the reason that he's trying to start beef with every country in the Middle East at this point, but specifically with Lebanon, y'all heard what Ben Gvir said about Hezbollah. Oh, our goal now, it was to wipe out Hamas, but now our goal is to wipe out Hezbollah. Y'all do know, everybody thinks about Hezbollah as just like a military arm of Lebanon. Y'all do know that Hezbollah is a political party too, right? Y'all, like, they are a government entity. They have seats in elected offices. Effectively, to wipe out Hezbollah, you would have to wage an all-out war with Lebanon and conduct a regime change. So in other words, they want an infinite war with Lebanon. Because we don't know when that ends, especially because Iran's not going to let it go down like that. Okay. If Israel has already set, unfortunately for them, it's their fault, they allowed it to happen, Israel has already set the standard during multiple elections that if a president or if Israel is engaged in a conflict that doesn't have an expiration date, if you will, where military operations could be disrupted through a transition of power, like because you got to change your whole cabinet up, they postpone elections. Most times indefinitely, where it's happened. They usually eventually have them. But right now, if you start a war you're already in a conflict with Gaza, you're back and forth with Syria still. We don't know what's going to happen with Iran. And now you're trying to, because the situation with Gaza is like kind of winding down to some degree, like you can't do much more than what you're doing. And the morale is getting killed. They called up these people, 50,000 more reserves to go to war in Lebanon. So now you're going to go to war with Hezbollah, which is once again, it's not just a military arm, people. That is a political party. They have literal power, political power in Lebanon. So if you're going to destroy Hezbollah, what you're really saying is you're going to war with Lebanon in an official manner. And they know if I keep extending the wars, I keep my power and I don't get punished. So no, he doesn't want to ceasefire. That's why they're doing all this. Yeah, they want Gaza. They want their, but right now, Ben Gvir and Netanyahu, or Milikowski rather, they're trying to survive now. They're trying to retain a little bit of power that they have because Israel has already set that standard. If we are at war, y'all can't take us out of power. Sparky, thanks for the super chat. Michelle knew being in the White House would be a personal sacrifice. She made her sacrifice. Now she's done with it. Yeah, I believe that. You see my super chat about DI Barbie doll Katie Halper's producer made for Briahna? I did not see that, actually. How did I miss that? I did not see that. That's weird. I don't know how I missed that. Black food up north is called soul food, but in the South, it's just food. That's actually true. And eaten by blacks and whites. Blacks were the first big group to move up north, so they thought it was racial instead of regional. That's true. Yeah, but that seasoning a little bit different though. That seasoning a little bit, we might be making the same baked macaroni, but your baked macaroni ain't gonna hit like my mama baked macaroni. That's what I'm gonna say. My mom learned how to cook soul food because she lives in the South, but yeah, our yams ain't gonna be yamming the same. You know what I'm saying? Like, my sweet potato pie and your sweet potato pie ain't gonna be hitting. Like, I don't know if you throwing your nutmeg and your cinnamon on there. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if you're making your crust from scratch. But that's a different conversation. But yeah, you are correct though. The food that they would traditionally consider to be soul food is just mostly Southern food. Let me go ahead and get back to the rest of this clip.
They do. It's like they have to finish this
But
war.
as long as Netanyahu keeps this war going, he doesn't have to answer the question of how the hell did this happen in the first place.
Well,
how was it
I never thought I would agree with Anna Navarro 2 times in the show.
hundreds of feet from the border of Israel with the Mossad and the intelligence capabilities? And as long as he keeps this war going, he doesn't have to answer the question.
Well,
but to answer your question, I do think Hillary is supporting the other candidate because the candidate is pro-Israel and Jamal is labeled anti-Israel. To answer the question.
Right. Okay.
But we have to figure out a way to talk about this issue where we are not telling young people that they're dumb. Because when we were young and people told us that, it didn't work. So I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to explain.
I'm actually genuinely confused as to why Anna Navarro is making good points right now. What did I miss in the last 2-3 years? Because that's what she did. Isn't that like kind of her job with The View? Is like telling people that they're dumb, like young kids that they're dumb, and telling people that they're dumb. Like, did I miss something? Who is this person?
Yeah.
How?
I don't tell them they're dumb. They're not dumb. They're ignorant.
Nah. Bill Maher definitely calls young people dumb all the time, and literally just like, nah, they're ignorant. There's a difference.
There's a difference.
Who's clapping at that? Who clap. Somebody do some research, dox them, give me their address, and I'm gonna talk to them. I need to call that person up. They're not dumb, they're ignorant. There's a difference. Boy, if you don't get your fake ass pseudo-philosophical bullshit, boy, don't be making no 2011 Facebook posts and acting like you done said some shit. They're not dumb, they're ignorant. There's a difference. Nope, you're still just an elitist piece of shit who's not listening. They're not ignorant. In fact, the problem that y'all have with young people right now is that they're less ignorant than any generation of young people has been, because they have more access to information than any other generation of young people has ever had. That is your problem. If there's anybody who's ignorant, it's the guy who just literally tried to claim that there's not a genocide happening in Israel when you can just use Google and fucking look at the definition of a genocide and just apply it. It's not hard.
Difference. There's a difference. To call someone stupid, yes, that's wrong. Stupid, you can't help because you're fucking stupid.
He is an expert in that. He's right about that, y'all. He is right. It is hard to help Bill Maher because stupid you can't help. It's just a stupid motherfucker, yo. I don't know.
It's just stupid. Ignorant just means you don't know something. We are all ignorant of almost everything. There's a practically infinite things.
We are all ignorant of almost everything. Okay.
In this world you could know about. I don't know about 99.99999% of them.
That is true.
But calling them ignorant would be a terrible electoral strategy.
It's electoral, yes.
Electoral, yeah, you know what I meant.
Electorally, that would be a terrible strategy. But it is the truth. They are ignorant.
Is a bad electoral strategy right now.
And
There's
also
nowhere in the world where the far left is winning. The far right's winning, centrists are winning, but the far left isn't winning anywhere.
The ignorance is not their fault because they let them out of school that way. The ignorance is the part of the people, the adults, and the educators.
So I also want to say, I want to address that where you said the far left isn't winning. I don't know what they consider to be far left because I'm confused because they told me that Joe Biden, Kamala's far left. I don't know what that means anymore, I guess. That's confusing. I don't know who he's referring to. But far leftists, oftentimes they will refer to themselves as socialists or communists. You know, like guys at the Midwestern Marxists, for example, like they're communists. They would consider themselves to be quote unquote far leftists. They're not running for office. You got like Kashama Sawant, who's like she's an outlier in the country, let alone the world. George Galloway is an outlier. The majority of quote unquote far leftists are organizing, doing mutual aid, pushing for ballot initiatives, educating. The majority of far leftists they are no longer engaging in validating the system. They're trying to uproot the system. They don't want to act like the system is legitimate. You got some people who are trying to run for office that maybe could be considered far leftists, but the majority of the far leftists that I know, the genuine far leftists, not liberals who Republicans hate and they call far leftists. I'm talking about genuine leftists. They are actually trying to uproot the system. They're trying to dismantle the system. They're not trying to ingratiate themselves and win these pretty titles and retirement packages from that system.
Who don't do their job anymore. And they let you out of school. They will
What?
sign that diploma
What
and
the
you don't
fuck?
know a fucking thing.
Why- Please tell me there's a machine or something clapping for them. Is there a machine clapping? Is that what what? This man is on a whole tangent about not knowing anything. And I wonder, does he realize the irony of that statement? He's like, I don't know anything. I don't know 99% of 99% of things. I'm ignorant to. Yeah, and they let you out of school with that diploma. You don't know anything. That's the problem. Oh, I hate Bill Maher so much. I hate him. That man really thinks who convinced Bill Maher that he is intelligent? That's really what I be having beef with when it comes to people like that. There are some people who are very good at acting intelligent. Jon Stewart, the reason Jon Stewart pisses me off because I know he knows better and he pretends that he doesn't when it's convenient. Jon Stewart is actually an intelligent person. He pissed me off. Bill Maher is an idiot. I've never, but even before I had like very strong political stances that oppose his, I have never watched a Bill Maher interview and was like, that's a really intelligent guy, man. Wow. He just said some really insightful, thought-provoking things that like really make me question, you know, my ethos and pathos. Like I really got to go back and do some self-reflection. Cause I watch interviews like that all the time where I really have to go back and like, damn, I didn't think about that. That's crazy. I've never once met anyone who said that about Bill Maher. Never one time have I ever heard anyone be like, man, Bill Maher is really intelligent, guys. And I'm going to be real with you as far as the diplomas and shit are concerned. They don't give you no damn diploma if you're not doing the bare minimum to get out. That's the problem is like the shit that they're teaching in school is trash. You don't really start getting educated until you get out of the public school system, until you leave the dogma of U.S. public schools. That's why you have a lot of people getting homeschooled now because their parents don't want them involved in the. I call it dogma because it is literally religious the way they teach 9/11, the way they justify the war in Afghanistan, the way they justify and frame World War II, how they ignore the facts of World War I. Like I always say, it's the most culty, weirdest shit that I have ever experienced as a political commentator giving speeches or talking to crowds is whenever I'm trying to educate people on how World War I really started. And I always tell you, like, I always explain to people, like, y'all know how you know you've been propagandized? Because I can ask the same question to the same crowd, no matter where in the country you're educated. How did World War II start? They always say assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand on cue. And when and for the very few that, because there's always people like myself who are like, that doesn't fucking make any sense. Why would the assassination of some random Archduke lead to a world war? The teacher always tells you what, and the rest of them say, know it for the test. How has everyone had that same experience? That is dogma. That is not education. I didn't learn about Japanese internment camps in the U.S. from school. I did, but I was at UNC, so it was different. Right? That was like a professor choosing to teach that in their curriculum. I didn't learn about actually, I don't think I learned about I lived in the South, so I didn't learn about the Trail of Tears until I was in college. I didn't learn about Berlin's genocide of the Congo until 2 months ago. And it was worse than the Holocaust. It was by far. The estimates for the Holocaust are what? Maybe 3 million or maybe 10 million. I think the Congo's double or triple that, some shit like that. It's verified. There's no maybe about it. And we know who the culprits were. So, people, if they were reflecting and making decisions on the policies they choose to support based off of the education they received in the public school system in the U.S., or rather the dogma of the U.S. public school system, they would be pro-Israel. Because I wasn't necessarily anti-Palestine, and I wasn't pro-Israel, but I was sympathetic, I would say, in my youth, because that's what we were taught. I was apathetic. I was anti. So when I was young, I wasn't pro. I was actually actively anti-war in Afghanistan, but I was still not empathetic or outraged enough about how many innocent people were being killed because of it. Like, yeah, this war's fucking stupid. Why are we there? This is dumb. Like, yeah, that part is obvious, but then there's a very human element of, oh no, there's hundreds of thousands of people literally dying because of this war now. That is horrendous. Now we got to get to the crime. We got to get into war crimes. We need to talk about that. Why is there no accountability and consequence? That's what we need to talk about. So yeah, actually not buying into that dogma is what makes these kids and go. I know, it's crazy to say, but TikTok got these kids right, man. TikTok has allowed kids to choose the information they choose, how they the vertical is what they call it. And choose what they want to focus on. And and they get the option to look at all the information, but then they know like how to focus in, because I can zoom in and focus on this vertical or hashtag, if you will, and I can get as much information as I can. And usually when you do that, you get information about a lot of things, not just the topic you're talking about. And you learn about the Congo. You learn about Palestine. You learn about the truth of Ukraine and Russia. You learn about the Banana Republic, right, in Central and South America. Like, that is the beauty of where we're at. And that's why y'all hate it. Y'all hate the fact that y'all can't just tell kids to believe you. That's what the old people used to do, right? Used to, why is that true? Well, because I fucking said so. And I'm not wrong. You don't question me. That we're past that area now. We know more than our parents, which is a great thing. Every parent should want that. I hope my child is more educated, truly educated than I am. That's the goal. We gotta look at this clip. This clip is crazy.
Israel, stand with Hamas, kill another Zionist now, painted on the statue, death to America, of course, with 3 Ks. Death to Israel, death to Zion.
That's the cool way to do it.
Of course it is.
Yeah,
and also Ku Klux Klan, because America is run by the Klan, of course, that's right.
Well, technically, the Klan is actually embedded in all of the intelligence agencies and police like that. That was an actual official report. So, I mean, yeah, I guess technically America is actually ran by the Klan. They're at least ran by Nazis. We do know that.
I got a question. How come it's okay for the left to hate the Jews?
Bro, how many protests have we seen where Jewish people were leading the protests? Y'all do know that most Jewish people in this country are actually leftists? At the very bare minimum, liberal? Did you hear one thing about Jewish people and even if I assumed what he was saying is true, did you hear anything at all about Jewish people? It was Zionist Israel, Zionist Israel, Zionist Israel, maybe a pro-Hamas statement. Did you hear anything in that about disliking Jews? Which is crazy, because I'm like, damn, bro, you got Nick Fuentes going on a goddamn tear right now. And it is beyond Israel. It is on some, like, he is straight up talking about Jews. Nick Fuentes specifically. It isn't even just Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes has risen to popularity again because of his, he's anti-Israel, but very specifically, he is very anti-Jew, and he's very clear about that. And yet, you got this guy. It's like Tim Pool of like liberals, but like in the mainstream. That's what he just reminds me of. Like, just be saying shit.
Because obviously, if this was the people at Charlottesville who were doing this, wouldn't there be a bigger outcry?
Wouldn't be a bigger. Look, you're talking about it on the show. Like, mainstream media wouldn't shut up about it. They kept trying to push the lie that leftists are anti-Semitic. Isn't that a whole thing? Didn't people lose their jobs over this? Didn't Candace Owens get fired for not even being anti-Semitic? Didn't Briahna Joy Gray just get fired over this? A leftist? Haven't people didn't Governor Abbott just pass a law in Texas basically forbidding kids to protest? You can't say anything that would lead people to believe you're pro-Palestine? Or it will be perceived as being anti-Israel and therefore anti-Semitic, and you can be taken to jail? What do you mean not making a big deal about it? All the snowflakes who were complaining that leftists were too soft and that we shouldn't, you're offended by words. You're offended by words, you fucking snowflake. They're the ones who are complaining, talking about people should lose their jobs because of words. Because of words. Bill Maher is one of those people who complains about cancel culture. I've never heard a leftist say they hate Jews. In fact, we go out of the way to make the distinction because we don't want anyone confusing. We know that Zionism is anti-Semitic as hell. It is antithetical to the self-interest of the Jewish community. That's a fact. Don't be the Jewish guy who doesn't like Zionists. They will try to destroy you. Especially if you live in Israel.
I don't think that's an apples to apple type of comparison, because look, I think what's driving a lot of these protests, a lot of them might be uninformed. Like I said, I don't agree with a lot of what's being done, but the images of children that are being killed through war in Palestine, I think, has got people reacting in a certain way. But people are forgetting that this started because of what happened on October 7th.
She was almost there. She was almost there, right? You know, it is Anna Navarro. I guess I got to give her credit for at least getting to that part, to reacting to kids being bombed by Israel. But, you know, we all know, everybody knows, guys, you read your history books, and the Lord said, let there be light on October 7th, 2023. That was when the book of Genesis was written, and that was when the world started.
And people are forgetting that there is an administration in the White House right now that is every day trying to figure out a solution to this. And things would be far worse without Anthony Blinken, who's, I think, aged 20 years in the last 8 months, going out there on a daily basis trying to get
Things would be worse. Giving Israel a bunch of weapons and the ultimate green light, and running cover for them in the media, and literally trying to convince the world that they're not committing a genocide, and not holding Netanyahu accountable. And Anthony Blinken? You're out of all the people you could have named in the administration to try and say, like, man, they're trying. You named Anthony Blinken?
peace agreement.
But what's going on is very upsetting and very horrifying. And I'm not defending anyone's actions. But what these college kids are doing that we're excusing because they don't know what they're talking about.
Why does he keep getting to talk? I know why he's just a Substack guy. I don't know who the hell Joel Steen is, but I'm starting to realize why he just talks on Substack and no one knows who he actually is. Because this is, every time he talks, I'm like, who invited you here?
About as if a Yale education isn't better than whatever's happening for these Tiki Torch IT guys who are in Charlottesville. They know what they're doing and they know what they're saying. And we think it's cute because they don't look threatening because they're like comparative lit majors at Yale. But they have way more power than the people in Charlottesville. These are people who are going to
I think it's just
run the
because
country.
it's coming from the left. Everything is team sports now. Are you kidding?
No. You start out your statement by saying, oh man, they're criticizing Israel, therefore the left hates Jews. I just gave you this whole example about Nick Fuentes. Everybody knows who he is at this point. At least people who are in the know politically, they're aware. Like people who are in this space that do this job, they know who Nick Fuentes is, especially if you're talking about Israel and Palestine all the time. Conservatives or libertarians or neocons like Maher know who the fuck Nick Fuentes is. He's the anti-Israel conservative guy who's probably kind of gay and weirdly pretends like he's not. But whatever, that's a different conversation for a different day. But literally, bro, why does he always do this? Bill Maher literally will make a point and then 2 seconds later, in a response to someone else's commentary, will prove. No, he'll contradict his point, or he'll either prove his point to his own detriment. I don't understand. How does he get paid so much money to be a fucking idiot on camera professionally? He gets his hair and his makeup done. He has a bunch of little writers that join together every week and they come up with these topics. And he just gets on camera, says, fuck these cars. I know somebody probably educated me on this. Fuck these cars, though. I'm just going to be an idiot on camera. That's what I'm going to do instead. That seems like it's more fun.
If the people in Charlottesville who were chanting Jews won't replace us, I mean, that's bad. It's not as bad as death, too. I think death
is real.
That's not deplorable.
It's absolutely deplorable.
Okay, well, if one side is deplorables and the other,
it's yeah. Does he he does know, like, literally the politicians? He's worried about some college students chanting death to Israel or Zionism. Like, he's worried about some college students chanting this. He does know, like, the politicians with powers to launch bombs at kids are literally saying, yeah, we're going to wipe out Palestinians. We're going to wipe out Gaza. And they're doing it. Like, it's not like, oh man, you don't think that's deplorable? No. You worried about like what's deplorable, what's off-putting, what's uncomfortable to hear. We talking about extermination. It's happening. There's no, damn, what if they actually did wipe out Israel? No, Israel's actively trying to wipe out these people. And you're like, man, but these words, oh my God. Bill Maher is literally everything he hates. He's literally everything he hates about everything he complains about. Every personality type that he complains about, that is Bill Maher. He is a classic projectionist. And I hate him so much. I wish he would invite me.
The other side does something.
He got to invite Charlamagne the God, bro. He not inviting I think he invited Mark Lamont on once. He invited Killer Mike on once, but he like really tried to control that conversation. But he won't invite Killer Mike on to talk about this though. He damn sure. He wouldn't invite Briahna Joy Gray on, for example, to talk about this. I mean, he knows who she is. Why bring on Charlamagne the God of all people to talk about Israel and Palestine in AIPAC? And come on, bro.
If I was a Holocaust survivor, and I guess there's not many of those left, but if I was, I would choose Jews will not replace us over death to Zionists.
No, actually, there are some members who Holocaust survivors, or their parents were the Holocaust survivors, and they are actually actively, like Aaron Mate's dad, for example. Very clearly. No, actually, Zionists are basically the problem. They're the problem. Yeah. Yeah, man, Bill Maher is a piece of shit. Anyway, really quick, guys, I gotta talk about this this report by the UN. I'm gonna run my hotspot video back, and we're gonna get into it because it's just some shit. I don't know how else to describe it, y'all. It's worse. It's one of those things like, damn, bro, can Israel really be perceived as being any worse than they already are? Yeah, no, actually they can. It's worse. It is actually worse than what you thought it was. Oh, let me check out these super chats real quick. Sparky, thank you very much for the super chat. Netanyahu's the nice guy in the Israeli government. As evil as he is, and as hard as it is to believe, whoever replaces him might be more vicious. I don't know, man. Him and Ben Gvir are basically like the shittiest. I mean, and also he might be the nice guy in the Israeli government, but also Netanyahu is he's the most self-important, self-centered, and sociopathic. So like he might not be as malicious, which I don't necessarily believe, but he might not be as malicious, but he's willing to cause more damage for self-preservation. You get what I'm saying? Like, so which is kind of makes him a little bit more problematic. Because if another guy might be more vicious, but he is less calculating and is less entrenched within the government and protected by his peers, than in the way that Netanyahu is, like that would probably be better. Because maybe he'll be out quick. That's not what we're gonna get from Netanyahu. Most people don't listen to what is said, they listen to how it's said. Bill Maher and the like take advantage of this by using a reasonable tone despite being full of shit. It's a very good point. That is actually a very, very good point. That's kind of his whole show, right? Everybody using reasonable tones to say dumb shit. Like, it's kind of like, I guess it's like really that's his whole show. That's the whole shtick. The World War II OSS combined with Operation Paperclip Nazis after the war to create CIA and the Five Eyes. Yeah. That's it. Go ahead. Let's check out this hotspot clip, and we'll go ahead and get into this report.
A damning report put together by an independent UN commission to investigate the crimes of Israel that they've committed in Gaza since October 7th has somehow made Israel look more evil than we already know them to be. The report was put together by the Independent International Commission of Inquiry on the Occupied Palestinian Territory. Their goal in this particular report was to investigate potential human rights violations and war crimes potentially committed by both Israel and Palestinian, specifically Hamas militants. Their conclusion? The report concluded that Israel has been conducting a campaign of extermination against the Palestinian people. Yeah, you heard me correctly. This report concludes that Israel has graduated from genocide and has moved on to outright extermination. Now, you know a Zionist is going to be out there in my comment section somewhere saying, nah, they being hyperbolic. All right, let's look at the facts. First of all, it's important to note that the information I'm about to give you isn't even the full scope of the crimes committed by Israel, because the commission mostly focused on October 7th from December 31st, and we all know shit has gotten way worse since December. The report also says that even though we know there's a lot of traits that we could point to point out the uniqueness of the destruction being wreaked by Israel, the main one is the fact that 1.7 million Palestinians out of the 2 million living in Gaza have been displaced by this onslaught. They also point out that between 2005 and 2023, all of the fatalities from all the conflicts between Palestine and Israel only equal to 1/10 of the total fatalities that have taken place since October 7th. And somehow Israel has also managed to increase the rate in which they specifically kill women and children in this conflict as compared to other conflicts in the past. They concluded that Israel even adjusted its targeting approach since October 7th. For example, on October 10th, an ISF spokesperson said that this situation we're in now, we even need to use different language and terminology. That same spokesperson said that there's even an inkling of intelligence, they attack. Israel's defense minister said, Gaza will never be the same. All restraints are off. We use everything. These statements obviously indicate that these leaders were more preoccupied with destroying Gaza rather than retaliating against Hamas or retrieving their hostages. Furthermore, despite the proportion of Hamas militants in a given area, allegedly, compared to the civilian population, and given the language use of Israel, like saying things like, they are embedded, human shields, etc., etc. The commission concluded that this language was intentional, and it was used to give the ISF blanket authorization to target civilian locations widely and indiscriminately. The commission also found out that the Israeli government actually participated in violence against territories and Palestinian communities, specifically in the West Bank, where they killed 500 Palestinians since October 7th. Now, that might sound a little bit strange to you because we've been told that this is all about getting the hostages back and getting Hamas. And there is no Hamas in the West Bank. And the hostages are not there. So why is the Israeli government using October 7th to justify killing 500 Palestinians in a place that had nothing to do with Hamas, the hostages, or October 7th? So to be clear, when the UN chose to address Israel's actions as extermination, it wasn't hyperbole. It's extermination to such an extent that they ended up killing people in the West Bank that had nothing to do with the conflict in Gaza. And of course, this commission said that Israel was making their grandest attempt to block them from investigating the situation, which I find ironic because I distinctly remember Israel trying to bring every single influential and powerful Zionist they could find to come look at the proof of the crimes committed by Hamas on October 7th to justify the extermination that Israel is now participating in. But when it was time for them to get investigated, all of a sudden, no, I gotta go away, turn the cameras off. Really, bro? If Israel truly felt justified and that they weren't committing war crimes, they wouldn't be trying so hard to hide the crimes that they're committing. But this independent report found that Israel is responsible for war crimes of murder, intentionally directing attacks against civilians, sexual violence, starvation, and many other crimes against humanity. So I guess if I was trying to justify genocide by playing victim and calling the other side barbaric, I guess I wouldn't want anybody to investigate me either if they're going to find out I'm actually guilty of everything I'm accusing my adversary of doing, like Israel is doing right now. But that's just me. I don't know.
Yeah, man. That report was heavy. Like I said in the video, everything. So even though they mentioned some of the things that have taken place since, like just raw data that's taken place since October 7th. Yeah, since October 7th and after December 31st. The data that they gathered and the fact finding that they did was actually limited mostly to the dates of October 7th and December 31st. In other words, the extent and the scope of the crimes that Israel has committed since October 7th isn't even fully reported on in this report from this independent investigative commission. Do y'all understand how crazy that is? Like, they're still saying just 37,000 is the estimate, right, of the deaths. Really, guys? Y'all really? They've been saying 35,000 for 3 months now. They just waged massive campaigns in Rafah. They went back to northern Gaza recently, did another bombing campaign. Like the 37, bro, between bombs, starvation, you got the bombing, you got starvation, you got the denial of medical supplies, you got, bro, you can't tell me that you're gonna stop at just the bombing and the shooting. You've already acknowledged, and I'm gonna pull up this report for y'all, but you've already acknowledged that they've conducted siege warfare, and so nobody is starved since October 7th or since the siege started. You're trying to tell me all these people have been displaced, but nobody is starved? All these people have been displaced, but no women have died from complications while giving birth? All these people have been replaced. All these people have been displaced, but nobody's died from medical complications just generally. Asthma, diabetes, heart problems. Greg Walker, thank you for the tip on Rockfin. Niko, all I know is Biden is out on stage shaking hands with a ghost of Strom Thurmond. Oh my God. It's funny. But yeah, like the number is way more than 37,000. And I feel like we need to stop letting them try to limit, the 37,000 is horrendous. And guess what? It's not the right number. People are dying during surgery. Yeah, like we've seen the videos, we've seen where are y'all getting 37,000 number from? So when you couple the fact that they're starving them to death, they're bombing them indiscriminately, they have, like the report says, they switched their language so that they could justify bombing civilians. That's why they use words like embedded. We believe that the Hamas soldiers are embedded. Like, it's an extermination. That's what they've concluded. That's what the UN said. And by the way, I can't stress this enough. This report tried to give Israel the benefit of the doubt. Oh, actually, let me see if I can actually pull up the report. I mean, I have it here, but it's a PDF or something like that. Let me look at it. Let me see if I can pull it up for y'all. Come on, StreamYard. Don't fail me now. Because I have an article talking about some of the details of it, but I want to show y'all just some of the stuff that they even tried to use in the report to try and make Israel look not that bad. Or not, yeah, basically that's what it is. Window. Booyah. All right, go ahead, man. Go ahead, StreamYard. Okay, so let me zoom in for y'all. Where the hell is my Zoom at? See, this is why I like using, oh, there we go. So I want to show y'all some of the stuff, like what I mean by like they try to actually not necessarily justify what Israel is doing, but like try to both sides it. First of all, also is this part. It said the commission faced challenges in its investigation in relation to Gaza. The commission's ability to reach out to victims and witnesses were limited due to the continuing fighting on the ground and major communication disruptions. In relation to Israel, Israeli officials repeatedly publicly announced Israel's refusal to cooperate with the commission's investigation. So Israel was blocking them, but they kind of try to make, we had some problems with. Yeah, I would gather that. That makes sense that you would have some trouble gathering information. But then but honestly, it was Israel. They literally just didn't want to cooperate with us. The same Israel, like I said in the hotspot video, y'all was literally putting out, bringing Elon, flying Elon out first class, private jet. Come look at this, what Hamas did, man. Come look at the reason that we're committing this genocide so that you can go back and tell everybody on X that they can't talk bad about us. Right? They brought Jerry Seinfeld out there. They were bringing everybody they could out, showing them this video of what happened, which was super weird. The compilation video that no one has ever seen, but everybody swears is real. So they talk about where they got this information from. The commission conducted remote interviews with victims and witnesses and consulted multiple sources of information and conducted a mission in Turkey and Egypt from 28 February to March 8, 2024 to gather firsthand accounts from survivors and witnesses. It met with more than 70 victims and witnesses, and more than 2/3 of them women. So there is a difference in the information that is presented to frame Hamas, what they do at the claims about Hamas here. I would never say during wartime that acts of violence or sexual violence or any violence that should be deemed unnecessary don't happen. That's going to happen in an attack. It's just it's a reality. I'm not one of those people who be like, no, that's crazy. They would never do anything like that. That's not true. There's always a bad egg, at least one or two. There's always somebody. Now it's less likely because of the religious aspect of it, and it's less likely because of the firsthand accounts we've gotten from hostages that have been released, right? However, I would never discount the possibility that there were some Hamas militants taking advantage of the situation and personalizing it instead of going there to complete the mission, right? So I just want to be clear about that. But the idea that it was systemic, that it was a directive given by Hamas leadership, no, it's not. And the way that they try to oh man, well, Hamas is bad too. It don't even make sense because of the way they got the information. They even kind of snitch on themselves. It says so we start out this paragraph with according to Israeli sources, guys, super reliable. According to Israeli sources, more than 1,200 persons were killed directly by members of various Palestinian armed groups and others in rockets and mortars launched from the Gaza Strip. Guys, we already know that information is false because, ironically, according to Israeli sources, they said that they began shelling homes. The Israeli military began shelling homes knowing that there were innocent people, Israelis, in those homes because they were afraid that Hamas had taken control of those areas. We know that the Black Hawks started raining fire on their own people in an attempt to get Hamas soldiers. And we also know about the Hannibal Directive. So there's that. Right? So according to Israeli sources, more than 1,200 people were killed by Palestinian groups. No. According to Israeli sources, they killed their own people. But this, because you got to remember who pays the UN, right? They got to do their job. Hey, man, so look, here's what we're going to do. We're going to try. We're going to try to make them, we got to point some kind of finger at Hamas, right? But Israeli sources debunked their Israeli source off rip. So they try to even make it like they trying to help Israel out here. Okay? So it says the attack, it talks about the attack, and then where's the part? Oh, so okay, here it goes. So it says that Hamas military wing, other Palestinian armed groups, and civilians attacked distinct civilian targets in at least 24 localities, as well as public spaces and outdoor festivals. In these sites, militants systematically moved from house to house, setting homes on fire, shooting into private and public shelters, and removing people from hiding places, killing, injuring, abducting civilians to Gaza. The commission investigated 6 distinct attacks in Be'eri, and 8 attacks in Nir Oz, each involving multiple victims, largely from the same families. In Be'eri, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, 105 civilians were killed, 63 men, 42 women, by members of the military wings of Hamas, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, as well as by civilians from Gaza. In addition, 31 civilians, 13 men, 18 women, were abducted to the Gaza Strip. Attackers entered the kibbutz and shot at residents, cars, pets, houses, killing and injuring, setting houses on fire, and abducting people to Gaza. In one case, a 9-month-old baby girl was shot and killed while hiding with her mother in their safe room in Be'eri. In another case, at least 4. So here's the problem with that. We already, from what we actually know, like fact-based, the only infant that we know, unless something has changed, that was killed and confirmed dead, was actually killed by Israel. That's another, so that it sounds like this is hearsay, is effectively what I'm saying. And they say, Israeli sources and eyewitnesses. Well, of course the eyewitnesses are going to say whatever. They're going to say what's going to make Israel look like the victim, right? Isn't that what Israel does? I'm not saying that it was, it was a traumatic experience on top of that. It's not like they liked Palestinians before that point. So, but this isn't being described as a military operation. And I don't really care if they want to frame it as a terrorist attack. No, it wasn't. This was a well executed, honestly, military operation. That's the best part about it. Innocent people die, and it's unfortunate, but because they were trying to bring hostages to get their hostages back. And Israel had every opportunity to do hostage exchanges in the past and have been refusing to, because they believe that it's better to kill their own hostages. I'm talking about before October 7th. They had opportunities to do hostage exchanges and have refused to, because they believe in killing Israeli hostages before giving back a Palestinian to get back an Israeli hostage. They prefer that, right? So it was a well-executed military operation, but they're trying to act like it's already being framed as if it's terrorist attack. In Nir Oz, 46 civilians were killed by members of the military wings of Hamas and PIJ in Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade, the armed wing of Palestinian Mujahideen movement, the armed wing of the Popular Resistance Committees, Palestinian civilians who also participated in these killings. 72 residents of the kibbutz, 37 men and 35 women, were abducted to Gaza. In one case, 79-year-old woman and her 12-year-old autistic granddaughter from Nir Oz were killed close to the perimeter fence with Gaza, allegedly because they were slowing down the retreat of their captors. Once again, we don't really know if that's true, because they're already talking about allegedly. Yeah, we don't know, because that just sounds like, once again, that's hearsay from Israeli witnesses who, Israel's been touching everybody who's been talking to the commission, and the commission actively said that they're doing everything to not cooperate with them. So if you're roadblocking them, we know if Israel's roadblocking them, we also know that they were probably roadblocking them to buy themselves time to talk to every witness, because we know that Israel has been sitting down witnesses and hostages and victims during, even the ones that survived during October 7th. Like they literally were media training them and coaching them. This is like this is a fact. So, but I'm reading all this just to illustrate to you all, like for those who might think like, oh man, this report just only focused on Israel. No, they actually tried to kind of like both sides of this. They tried to make what Hamas did look like a terrorist attack, and that Israel's disproportionate response to a terrorist attack is the problem. But it's like, no, that was a military operation. It was. If Palestine was allowed to genuinely be considered a country, Hamas in this particular case would be considered, and the other battalions or brigades, if you will, would be considered the military of Palestine, and they would be resisting an occupying force. That would be considered a military operation in any other situation. It says many Israeli families suffered a multi-generational impact with several members either killed or abducted to Gaza. In one case, in Brie, a 48-year-old woman and her 2 teenage daughters were killed while the father was abducted to Gaza. In Nero, a family of 5 was hidden in their safe room when the militants broke into the room, shot and killed both parents, set fire to the home, which resulted in, like, when I hear, you understand how specific those details are, guys? Who told y'all that? That is a very traumatic experience, and someone sat down and started doing a transcript of everything that was taking place and somehow managed to be the one person in that house, in that very specific situation, that escaped and was able to confirm this story to this commission. Come on, guys. Like, that's why I'm like, there's a difference between this, and I'm trying to draw the distinction here, because there's a difference between the information of that's basically effectively hearsay that they're talking about when trying to implicate Hamas in these war crimes versus what they say about Israel. So it talks about the Nova Festival, 3,000 young people at the Nova Music Festival who shouldn't have been there. In Reem, 364 attendees, including 215 men and 136 women, were killed by members of the military wing of Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups, while 40 others were abducted to Gaza. Victims were killed at the side of the music festival while attempting to hide under the festival stage, in the portable public toilets, inside parked cars, and in garbage containers. In one case, a man hid in a parked silver car when Hamas militants shot him to death. Members of those killed were shot while running through a field east of the Nova site, trying to escape, while others were killed while hiding in stationary cars and in public shelters along Road 232, where they sought refuge. Survivors in shelters reported lying for hours under piles of bodies, waiting for first responders to arrive. So I just want to be clear. This is all from the perspective of Israelis that they're reporting this. It gotta be, because we know for damn sure this video that everybody's seen but nobody's seen, right? The one that had Robbie cussing out Brie, the one that people swear that the same video that showed the beheaded babies, remember? That we're all waiting to be released still. It couldn't have been from that video. So this is all hearsay from the perspective of those who were there. And I'm not saying no civilians got killed. That's not what I'm saying. But it's a military operation. It was a full-scale military operation in an area that was large, that was heavily dominated and occupied by not the kibbutz, but like the area that they went to had a bunch of ISF, like Israeli soldiers. So yeah. But the perspective is like, it's all hearsay shit. It's like people died during a military operation. They're like, you could have limited it to that. However, there's a part here where here it goes. This is the part where I take issue, because they perpetuate, this report attempts to perpetuate the lie that has already been debunked. Now, I think it's probably important to mention once again, because I think that this is like, they just did the report in the order that they got the information in. This stopped at December 31st. But since December, all that shit has been debunked, even by Israeli sources. They don't have the forensic evidence to prove anything about sexual assault, sexual violence, systemic violence, et cetera, et cetera. Right? The commission found evidence of mistreatment of civilians and ISF members in several locations. I don't know how you mistreat soldiers, occupying soldiers, but okay. And significant evidence, once again, I don't know what the evidence would be, but that's what they're claiming. Significant evidence on the desecration of corpses, including sexualized desecration, decapitations, which I'm sure that part happened, to be honest. Lacerations, burning, severing of body parts, and undressing. A commission estimates that some 130 older persons were killed in the attack. In one incident at a bus stop in Sderot, militants shot and killed 13 civilians. 8 of them were over the age of 65. At least 68 foreign nationals were killed. Then they say killing soldiers considered orgy, they combat and sexual gender-based violence. So I'm not gonna go over that part. The commission found that, okay, there we go. The commission found that 7 female soldiers were taken to Gaza as hostages and viewed footage showing that they had been subjected to physical and verbal abuse. Well, they were soldiers, so I believe that. That's part of the job. That's what happens when you sign up. 4 female bodies found at Nahal Oz outpost were partially or completely undressed. 2 of which were isolated in separate rooms, showing signs of physical abuse and sexual violence. Now, they don't say that they say that they have footage of physical verbal abuse, but then they always go to the next party. I'm like, they say, oh, 4 bodies were found, and it shows signs of physical, like the tunnels were found. You get what I'm saying? Like I believe that there might have been some physical abuse and killing of soldiers in a war, in a military operation. But then they go to the sexual part, and there's not any evidence of that. They just say it as if it's a fact. And that is what's problematic for me, because you can't really say that and perpetuate a stereotype that's being used in the mainstream in a very stereotypical, like they're stereotyping and vilifying and dehumanizing and animalizing specifically the Palestinian people. And that is all that is what a lot of the mainstream will pull out of this report. So that part is problematic to me. Look, the commission found indications that members of the military wing of Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups committed gender-based violence in several locations in southern Israel on October 7th. And it goes on to say that these were not isolated incidents, but perpetrated in similar ways in several locations and by multiple Palestinian perpetrators. The acts documented by the commission reflected clear abuse of power by male perpetrators and a disregard for the special considerations and protections of women's integrity and autonomy granted by international law. Okay, so effectively what they're trying to claim, this is what I'm saying. That's why I had to go over. I know it sounds like I'm like damn, you're reading a bunch of shit about the Hamas. Yeah, but it's a reason for that. Because this is what the mainstream is going to ride with. This is what the Debbie Wasserman Schultz of the world are going to ride with. That is a massive claim, guys. They're trying to claim Palestinians en masse. They said they weren't isolated, perpetrated in similar ways, saying it was like not conspiratorial, but almost like it was a mandate or an agreed upon decision by groups. And that there were multiple Palestinian perpetrators. The acts documented by the commission reflect a clear abuse of power by male perpetrators and disregard for special considerations for women's integrity and autonomy by international law. If you're going to say something like that, you're going to have to, in my opinion, the report, the commission now has to explain the information that has actually already been debunked by Israeli sources. because what they are claiming has no grounds. There's no evidence that supports this. And as we read this part, you'll understand why it's even more frustrating. Because you're going to be like, where the hell did y'all get this evidence from? It says that Hamas military wing rejected all accusations that its forces committed sexual violence against Israeli women. And once again, I will not say that there was 0 acts of sexual violence committed. I won't say that. But I won't pretend like it was a widespread thing either, because there's not been any evidence suggesting such. And also it's Israel, so every accusation is a confession. Anyway, however, the commission documented cases indicative of sexual violence perpetrated against women and men in and around the Nova Festival site. So this is important. First of all, they didn't say that, they say documented cases indicative of sexual violence. Not, we have forensic evidential proof that sexual violence was committed. That's not what they said. We documented cases indicative of sexual violence around the Nova Festival site, as well as the outposts and military outposts the Nahal military outposts and several kibbutz. It collected and preserved digital evidence. You know what they're talking about when they say digital evidence, y'all? You're talking about pictures from the internet. That's what they're talking about when they say digital evidence. Including images of victims' bodies displaying indications of sexual violence. I don't know what that means. I'm genuinely curious. What do y'all think that means? We got pictures from the internet of indications of sexual violence. You can't make a claim like that and not be specific if you're going to accuse a military arm of committing mass sexual assault, because you know that it will be used. You're giving ammo to Netanyahu. You're giving ammo to Israel and its allies. You're giving ammo to these people. This is a pattern corroborated by independent testimony from witnesses. So you telling me that the same people that spread the lies about the beheaded babies, the same people that spread the lie about the sexual violence, hell, the same people who spread lies about how the hostages were being treated. The people who spread the lies about 1,200 people being killed by Hamas that day. The same people who killed their own because they were so terrified about Hamas, they decided to start launching mortars into the homes of innocent people. They're the ones who are corroborating the mass sexual assault story that they themselves have been spreading since the beginning. It says, reliable witness accounts obtained by the commission describe bodies that had been undressed in some incidents with exposed genitals. The commission received reports and verified digital evidence, once again, photos, concerning the restraining of women, including hands and sometimes feet of women being bound. Yeah, that was being kidnapped. That happened. We do know that. Often behind the victims' backs. Yep, that's how people unfortunately get bound prior to their abduction or killing. Yeah, that happens, unfortunately. Additionally, I'm just being real, like that happens. Like, yeah, there were people being kidnapped and hauled off and being killed. Like that happened. That part definitely happened. So the commission made assessments based on the position of the body, whatever that means. For example, images displaying legs spread or bent over and signs of struggle or violence on the body, which there would be signs of struggle and violence in damn near every single case because it was a military operation and people were being kidnapped and killed. Stab wounds, burns, lacerations, and abrasions. Okay. This is where it gets, so I need y'all to understand something. I don't like body shame and clothes shame. Like when people go to raves and festivals and dance and that type of stuff, like, I don't know if y'all know, they don't wear a lot of clothes. I don't know how else to say it. They don't wear clothes. It is the women at these raves, and I'm just saying as a person who's been to a few of them, they are damn near naked. And maybe like something that would be considered like some underwear, like a light little bathing suit bottom, a skirt with no drawers on, some fishnets, and they let it be. Some girls just literally just be wearing pasties, just some stars on their nipples, and in a bathing suit bottom, and that's it. People and Israelis especially are known, like they're just known for dressing, I guess what would be considered promiscuously at these raves because they just love raves. They're just well known for that. So I don't know if maybe it's just being too logical, or maybe I'm just being too apathetic. I don't know. Y'all can tell me. But wouldn't it make sense that a bunch of people who just got killed, unfortunately, if they're innocent, at a rave would be naked? When women who go to raves are generally known for being almost naked? You get what you understand what I'm saying, y'all? Like, they went through all of this to try and make Israel. They're not trying to justify. I'm not saying that they're justifying what Israel did, but it's like they're trying so hard to make it seem like they're being impartial, but they're not realizing that this actually can become damaging to the overall credibility of the report, because it looks like you're just talking to talk. Like we're just trying our hard not to piss Israel off. We have to make it look like we're considering both sides, even if the what we're purporting and what we're asserting is flimsy. The evidence is flimsy at best, and non-existent, or in this particular case, has already been debunked at worst. Israel's own forensics has debunked this shit. But you're making it seem as if you're both siding it to try and appear objective and unbiased, but it's not. In my opinion, it actually does damage to the credibility of your report. The reason, now, like as far as PR is concerned, now the reason why it doesn't really, when you go, and we'll go down more into the report, because when you look at how everything that Israel has done and how they know that Israel is guilty of, it's like firsthand accounts, eyewitnesses, like not eyewitnesses, excuse me, firsthand accounts from Israelis, the exact words that they use at the moment, the names of the officials who said what they said, the operations that they committed, it's very specific shit with corroborative evidence, and stuff that a lot of us are already privy to. Like, it's shit that they've already starving the kids, starving people, shooting the Israelis that were hostages because they thought that they were Palestinian. Like, it's the stuff that we already know happened, but with more corroborative evidence. So it doesn't really discredit what they say as far as Israel participating in extermination of the Palestinian people. But from a bird's eye view, the average person who is looking for a reason to not criticize or to defend even Israel's actions, or specifically to try to once again dehumanize or animalize Hamas and say like, yeah, that's why we're doing this. Like, to that average person, they're going to read this and they're going to stop. Why would you even start with this at the top of the report? Why would you start with the information that you have the least amount of evidence to back? Why would you start with the narrative that has been debunked? Y'all understand what I'm saying, guys? Like, y'all could have put this. You could, in my opinion, I'm not a commissions reporter, but I've written reports before. You don't start a report of this magnitude with the flimsiest accounts of the situation, the flimsiest accusations, with the least amount of corroborative evidence and proof, unless there's a specific intention behind it, which is we have to at least look like we're being we have to look like we're being impartial. Like, but the evidence in and of itself is impartial if you just look at what Israel's done. Right? You don't look impartial because you're still claiming the 1200 number that's already been debunked. That's been debunked by Israel's own sources again. You don't mention the Black Hawks. You don't mention how Israel fired into its own, like they admitted, their military admitted they killed their own people out of fear that Hamas had taken over certain kibbutzes. You get what I'm saying? And this is what makes it worse, y'all. The commission has reviewed testimonies obtained by journalists. What? Okay. And the Israeli police concerning rape. Oh. But has not been able to independently verify such allegations due to lack of access to victims, witnesses, and crime sites, and the obstruction of its investigations by the Israeli authorities. The commission was unable to review the unedited version of the testimonies. For the same reasons, the commission was also unable to verify reports of sexualized torture and genital mutilation. Additionally, the commission found some specific allegations to be false, inaccurate, or contradictory with other evidence or statements and discounted these from the assessment. So, ladies and gentlemen, they literally just told y'all, yeah, we were lied to. We couldn't even verify most of the allegations. They told y'all. We're like testimonies by journalists couldn't like. Are you kidding me? So basically, they literally said, and the Israeli police concerning rape, but not able to independently verify such allegations. So you're telling me that y'all just went through all of that. They went through all of that to tell us, yeah, actually, but the mass rape shit, we don't really have any evidence of it. But we painted this picture at the top of this report as if the mass rape theory was true, but we actually we don't really have any evidence of it. That's the conclusion. I know we painted the picture that we have evidence of it, and that's what it looked like we were going to conclude. Like, why would you go with that? Because not every journalist is going to be like me. They're not going to review the report to get to the nitty gritty and to get to the evidence and do the comparative analysis of the information we have now versus the information we had before and verify. Like, that's not what everybody's going to do. Thank God there are some journalists that do that. But the people who are going to use this, they're going to point at this UN report and they're going to say, we know because of this UN report, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Hamas did do this, and this. You get what I'm saying? So now let's get to the actual problems. Why the UN concluded that Israel's participating in extermination. Let me read these super chats real quick. Netanyahu doesn't care about rescuing the hostages. It's not only the Hannibal Directive. They supported his political opposition. Oh, that's new. I had no idea about that. You just taught me something new. Actually, you make a good point about Netanyahu. His freedom is at stake. Exactly that. Katie Halper's producer, Brad Bloom, made a DEI Barbie doll for Briahna. Should Brie lean into it and sell DEI Barbies in the merch store? I don't know about that, man. I don't know. I'm kind of up and down about how I feel about it. Maybe if it was lighthearted and she thought it was funny, like, it's cool, but I don't like that because it's there's already not a lot of, we've already had this conversation, not a lot of black women in this space, right? especially with that level of notoriety. It's like Brie, and then like the very next level down is Sabby. And a lot of the notoriety that Sabby got is because Brie helped uplift her. So I don't believe in this particular case that it would be actually productive, if you will, for her to engage in a trope, because it takes away from the fact that the reality is that, hell, if there was a DEI initiative that was actually positively affecting the outcome of representation for Black women in this particular space, maybe we would start seeing some fucking more. But that doesn't happen, right? And it's ridiculous, actually, that not the DI part, because there's plenty of qualified Black women who end up like leaving the space eventually, or you know, sticking to more academic or going to writing instead, because you know the Margaret Kimberleys of the world, for example, they don't always get the accolades and the opportunities to be presenters that Brie was fortunate enough to get. But like Brie was overqualified for her position at that point. Like Crystal and like Sagar, for example, don't have anywhere near the credentials that Brie has. Brie's already been a lawyer. Brie's been a presenter. Brie's been a journalist, like a genuine journalist. She was a writer. She's been a press secretary for a presidential campaign, arguably one of the most popular presidential campaigns in history. Like, she was overqualified for her job. And that's what it takes to get there. And that's why I just don't believe it would be productive to even just entertain that idea in this case. I understand the joke. Like, I get it. It's like, you know, it's lighthearted. I get it. It's supposed to be ironic because, like, obviously she isn't a DEI hire, but it's supposed to make fun of the Zionists that were calling her that. But, like, I just don't think in this particular case it would be productive to play into that trope, because there is a problem in this space. And now there's like one less Black independent voice representing leftists when there already aren't that many to begin with. Let me get back to this. So yeah, that shit crazy. We're not going to read all this. I'm going to hit the hot points. It says here, by May 2024, fatalities in the Gaza Strip were estimated to have exceeded 34,800. Of them, 24,682, including 7,356 children and 5,419 women, were identified as of 30 April. So this is what I'm saying, guys. This is they can say at the bare minimum, we know that this number is confirmed because there are people who have claimed their identity. They're like, we know that this identity was confirmed. So that's not what we got about the claims from Israeli witnesses. Nobody talks about the confirmation of these people. They're just like, yeah, man, we know somebody somewhere was da-da-da-da. We know, like, these deaths, these numbers, they use this number as a conservative estimate because these are the numbers that they can at least verify as have an identity claimed by a family member, so that if it does get challenged in public discourse, they can bring that up. Okay? The number of injured was estimated at 77,908. Disaggregated data were only available for 53,019, including 12,332 children and 13,996 women. These numbers are likely higher, with thousands of persons still missing, many of them now dead under rubble. Air and artillery strikes account for the majority of the casualties since October 7th. So they're literally telling you, yeah, these numbers are wrong. That is how bad the situation is. People are still stuck under rubble. So we can't even, and nobody can get to them, because every time somebody tries to return home, anytime an organization tries to go in and help, they start bombing the area and kill them too. Extermination. ISF has used a variety of explosive weapons with wide area effect in its attacks, delivered through airstrikes, tank, artillery fire, and shelling by naval forces. Ground operations, which started on 27 October, proceeded from north to south. These also served to segment the Gaza Strip strategically, cutting the northern half from the south with the establishment of a road in the middle. Most of the population that was evacuated southward has not been permitted to return. It talks about the ceasefire, which, by the way, I remember the ceasefire. And if you all remember, Israel violated it like literally the next day. And it was they did it with impunity, as usual. Attacks on civilians and civilian objects. During the first weeks of the military campaign, ISF primarily used airstrikes targeting high-rise buildings and other civilian objects in the Al Rimmel neighborhood, Khan Yunis in Gaza, Jabalia and al-Shati refugee camps, and other locations, causing thousands of casualties, wreaking devastation, and raising entire residential blocks in the neighborhoods to rubble in near constant heavy bombardments. Which is crazy because you know what they say. They what were they saying? Oh, Hamas is hiding in the tunnels. So why the hell were you bombing high-rise buildings? This part is very significant. Crucial differences from previous hostilities should be noted, including that Israel has forcibly displaced at least 1.7 million Palestinians, as well as a massive scale of fatalities and destruction. I need y'all to understand something. There are only 2 million Palestinians in Gaza. That means almost all of them have been displaced, and almost all of them, as they said earlier in the report, aren't able to return back home and probably won't be able to. That is a genocide. That's forced migration. And once again, given what we know right now, seems to be the goal, right? Hostilities between 2005 and 2023 resulted in less than 1/10 of the fatalities since the 7th of October. The commission has also observed an increased trend in the number of fatalities of women and children. Believe women, right? Somebody should call up that the girl that tried to attack Brie. Believe women. Oh, you can't believe these women because they're fucking dead. They're dead. These children and women are dead. So it's like, what? You want to believe women when it's your sister who's alive and breathing and is a hostage, but forget women whenever they're being literally disproportionately killed. Women and children literally being disproportionately killed as compared to other conflicts between Israel and Palestine. But, you know, they're Muslim, they're Arab, they're Palestinian. Not even all Muslim, but they're at least Arab and Palestinian. And so I guess it doesn't matter, right? But yeah, the fatalities of women and children compared with previous hostilities and assesses that this is associated with ISF's air bombardment campaign and its frequent use of explosive weapons with a wide area impact in populated districts. This disproportionate effect was identified previously by the 2014 Gaza Commission of Inquiry, and thus was foreseen but not prevented. In other words, Israel knew that this would happen because it's already happened before. Because this inquiry, this commission, I already talked to them about this, and they chose to ignore it. And this is interesting too. The commission documented ISF statements indicative of a change in targeting approach. In one example, on October 10th, the ISF spokesperson said, "This is the situation now. We need to use a different language and different terminology. Our attacks in Gaza is not like the rounds and the number of targets in the past. The logic is different. In every place, in every space where there is an inkling of intelligence, we attack." So they even changed their language to be more genocidal. This isn't hearsay, guys. This is what I'm talking about. This isn't hearsay. This is a direct quote from an official, and then we saw them carry out the attacks to that effect. Why didn't they start out with this at the top of the report? But that's neither here nor there. In another example, Israel's defense minister, Yoav Gallant, said Gaza will never return to be what it is, or what it was, excuse me. I have released all restraints. We use everything. I thought this was about Hamas. So is it about Hamas or was it about Gaza? Y'all know the answer to that, but y'all get my point, right? Given information suggesting relatively low numbers of Hamas militants in proportion to the wider civilian population, and given Israel's repeated assertion that militants are embedded within the civilian population, the commission considers these statements indicate that the Israeli government has given ISF blanket authorization to target civilian locations widely and indiscriminately in the Gaza Strip. The Israeli bombardment strategy also appears consistent with the application of the so-called Daya Doctrine. The commission investigated several large-scale attacks on civilian targets in the Gaza Strip, which are indicative of the use of this doctrine, and documented tens of other attacks, my apologies, including on aid organizations, convoys, and refugee sites. In many of these cases, the commission could not identify military targets as the focus of the attack. That's crazy, y'all. I'm gonna read that again. In many of these cases, the commission could not even identify military targets as a focus of the attacks against aid organizations, convoys, and refugee sites. In other words, they were specifically targeting civilians, and there was no evidence that showed up that suggested otherwise. Even when military targets were allegedly present, attacks lacked distinction, proportionality, and precautions, resulting in thousands killed and injured and widespread destruction of entire neighborhoods, including Jabalia, Al-Ramal, Al-Yarmouk, and Al-Maghazi. Additionally, they found out that the ISF ground forces killed civilians who posed no threat, including those holding white flags, which we know. We know about the total siege, the siege warfare. Hold on, I gotta find something specific now. Oops. Oh, there we go. This is the part that really kind of like drives the nail home as far as the extermination concept. The occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem, between October 7th and 31st of December 2023, 308 Palestinians, including 80 boys, were killed in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, 300 of them by Israeli forces and 8 by settlers. Why were 308 people killed in the West Bank since October 7th? That sounds like a military operation. But you know what? That's all right. We're going to continue. The fatalities in the West Bank within this period exceeded, this is important to remember, the fatalities in the West Bank within this period from October 7th to December 31st, 2023, exceeded any annual fatality toll since the OCHA began collecting data on casualties in 2005. From October 7th to April 30th, 2024, 457 Palestinians, including 112 boys, have been killed by Israeli forces and 10 by settlers, including 2 boys across the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. The commission observed an increase in the large-scale militarized search and arrest operations in Tulkarm, Nablus, and Jenin in the West Bank. The commission identified a surge of settler attacks on Palestinian communities immediately after October 7th. Several developments may have contributed to this, including enlisting thousands of settlers, including enlisting thousands of settlers in the ISF, reserve duty, arming and mobilizing settlers. You heard that. Arming and mobilizing settlers in the West Bank for regular military service in specialized battalions based in the West Bank. establishing and arming additional quasi-military militias in settlements, and easing gun license registration regulations by Minister of National Security. The Human Rights Council has mandated the commission to investigate settler violence in the ops and reported by June 2025. That's way too late. So, in this, by the way, so before we get to that part, are y'all hearing what's happening? They just said there have been 500 total, roughly 500 total people killed in the West Bank. The numbers, the rate at which Palestinians in the West Bank are being killed dramatically increased from October 7th to present day. In other words, they used October 7th to justify killing Palestinians in the West Bank. The West Bank, over here, that has nothing to do with Hamas. Hamas does not operate in the West Bank. There are no hostages in the West Bank, I said. Yeah, I do understand that. They called up reservists, put them in the West Bank, militarized them, gave them guns, then loosened gun laws, and 500 Palestinians are killed since October 7th, which means the long and short of that is they use October 7th to justify slaughtering Palestinians in an area that had nothing to do with October 7th. That is why they were very clear when they said this is an extermination. That is what they meant. That is why they because they could have just said, it's a genocide, because they've been saying that. That's not like that's not new. No, they're like, nah, bro, it's a genocide or it's extermination. That's why, because it is. You can't. It's extermination of the Palestinian people. This isn't a genocide being carried out in Gaza, or it's not just that. Rather, it's an extermination of the Palestinian people, and they're literally using October 7th to justify everything they're doing, including shit that has nothing to do with October 7th. And once again, I'm going to continue to ask, why not put this at the top of the damn report, guys? Why didn't they put this up there? Doesn't make any damn sense. Sexual violence. The commission documented many incidents in which the ISF systematically, So this is the difference. Randomized, maybe hearsay, systematically targeted. This is the difference between what Israel claimed, what witnesses allege, versus what we know. And plus, Israel has already, we literally just got word about the torture camp, but they were using dogs to rape Palestinian prisoners. Okay. And that, or metal rods with electricity to rape. They're sexual deviants, projection. Every accusation is a confession. They are the sexual deviants they try to claim Palestinians are. The sexually violent deviants that they try to claim Palestinians are. It said they subjected Palestinians to sexual, gender-based violence online and in person since October 7th, including through forced public nudity, which we all saw, forced public stripping, which we all saw, sexualized torture and abuse, and sexual humiliation and harassment. These incidents took place during ground operations in conjunction with evacuations and arrests. Based on testimonies and verified video footage and photographs, the commission finds that sexual violence has been perpetuated throughout the operation. During evacuation process, I don't know why this is so small, prior to or during the arrest, at the civilian homes and shelters and wow. Why the hell is this so small? This has got to be, no. This is crazy. This got to be, I don't know what that's about. During evacuation processes prior to or during arrest at civilian homes and at a shelter for women and girls. Sexual acts were carried out by force, including under threats, intimidation, and other form of duress, in inherently coercive circumstances due to the armed conflict in the presence of armed Israeli soldiers. The ISF forced public stripping and nudity in many locations and humiliating circumstances, including when victims were blindfolded, kneeling, or with their hands tied behind their back while in underwear, interrogated or subjected to verbal or physical abuse while fully or partially undressed, coerced to do physical movements while naked, and filmed or photographed by the ISF, which is crazy because they are actually bold about that. They brag about it. So that's didn't take the commission to figure that part out, unfortunately, because IDF they're stupid and sadistic. Palestinians were also made to watch members of their family and community strip in public and walk completely or partially undressed while subjected to sexual harassment. Both male and female victims were subjected to sexual violence, but men and boys were targeted in particular ways. Only males were repeatedly filmed and photographed by soldiers while subjected to forced public stripping, nudity, and sexual torture and inhumane, cruel treatment. Palestinian women were also targeted and subjected to psychological violence and sexual harassment online, including shaming and doxing female detainees and drawing gender and sexualized graffiti, including at a women's shelter in Gaza that was directly targeted. Israeli soldiers also filmed themselves ransacking homes, including drawers filled with lingerie, which I'm sure y'all remember that video that went viral, to mock and humiliate Palestinian women, and they were referring to Arab women as sluts. The commission concludes, based on the circumstances and context of these acts, that gender-based violence directed at Palestinian women was intended to humiliate and degrade Palestinian population as a whole. Yes. I'm not that was like those are the major takeaways from the report. You can, matter of fact, I'll post the article because it's getting harder and harder to find, where you can actually download the report yourself and read the whole thing. And I strongly encourage you all to do so. I actually just posted it in the chat. Yeah. Every accusation is a confession. Every accusation is a confession. Every single accusation is a confession. And it's worse. I still, once again, I'm going to repeat it. It's going to annoy the hell out of me. I don't know why they did it. No, I do know why they did it. But it's annoying that you would put all that shit in the top of the report, knowing that it's not really like, y'all don't have any evidence to support it. Y'all even said it. It's hearsay. The mass rape thing, they didn't even notice they didn't put anything about babies. But the mass rape thing was like, that was hearsay. Y'all had no evidence of it. But y'all put all that stuff about sexual violence and and hearsay. And it was kind of like some witnesses that said they saw it like at the top to demonize and animalize Hamas and Palestinians in general. And y'all put this at the bottom? The stuff that you got proof for? The stuff that we have video evidence to corroborate? The stuff that Israel has bragged about doing? The stuff about the West Bank, that damn near should have been near the top, guys. Right? Wouldn't y'all agree? Don't you think the world should know that this place where there is no Hamas and there is no hostages, there are no hostages, there were 500 Palestinians that were killed. Y'all don't think that that's a big deal? Y'all don't think that's information that the world needs to know about so that we can start having that debate? Why are y'all there and why are y'all killing them? And what does that have to do with Hamas? We need explanations. So although I applaud the UN for sending this commission out, I applaud the commission for at least exposing the crimes. And I guess at least being honest that you didn't have any genuine evidence about the stuff you were saying about Hamas. But you exposed the crimes against humanity and the war crimes committed by Israel. I respect that. I don't respect the fact that y'all not gonna do anything about it because y'all don't have any teeth. But but this is more information that could be added to any ongoing or pending criminal cases, which we know that the Israeli government is currently being subjected to. So, like, cool. But like the way you present the information is damn near as important as the information itself, because narrative, it's important. And there's a war, rather a genocide, but a war at least attempted to be being fought on the ground for Palestinians to literally defend their life, their being. This isn't just about defending Palestinian people. It's about defending Palestinian beings, their culture, their existence, Palestinian Christians, Muslims, and Palestinian Jews. And you start off a report that's going to send shockwaves through the world with the flimsy evidence and claims about sexual violence with Hamas, allegedly committed by Hamas, and you put the stuff about the actual violence, like the confirmed violence, sexual assault, sexual mutilation, bombing of kids, attacks, like you put all the confirmed stuff at the bottom, bro. Come on, dog. Narrative. But that's what I'm saying, yo. What's crazy about all of this is still, like, despite the fact that they kind of messed up the narrative as far as where they decide to place the information, this still makes Israel look more evil somehow. Still. Which is a feat. That is hard to do. And yet somehow they managed to achieve it. I'm going to read some of this, read the last of these super chats. We're going to get up out of here. Appreciate you, Sparky. Any rescue is an excuse to delete Palestinians. Literally. That's literally all they, yeah, especially when the rescues are killing Israelis too. Like, they don't give a shit about those hostages. Hamas didn't have Hellfire missiles, and those burning in October 7th Israeli bodies, they look like the work of Hellfire missiles. Yeah, they were Hellfire missiles. The pilots admitted it. The Israeli pilots admitted it. I did a whole hotspot video about it, yo. Come on, Niko. Brie just couldn't handle Robbie's vast intellect. You better stop. Don't do Robbie like that, man. Him and Brie are on, good terms. Should I play Katie, Sabby, Briahna, and Rania off against each other, making them compete for my love, for my own selfish? Yeah, if you could actually manage to achieve that, which would be a feat, because Sabby is married and I believe Briahna has a fiance. I don't know what Rania's thing is. But hey, man, look, more power to you, dog. If you can get away with it. I don't know if that'll work, but hey. Whatever happened to the U.S. troops kicked out of Niger, relocating to Côte d'Ivoire, displacing French troops? Is your boy Macron pissed? I don't know. I'll look into that. I will look into it. I want to do a piece next week focusing on the DRC, just the general area of the DRC, but also Niger and Nigeria. So that's something I have to look into. I appreciate you. So with that being said, everybody, thank you all so much for tuning in, guys. Make sure y'all like this video. Make sure y'all subscribe. I appreciate all the super chats. I appreciate all the love. Y'all been dope. Next week, same time, 12 p.m. Eastern Standard. We'll be live again. In the meantime, go follow us on Hotspot. Make sure to subscribe. Follow us on Twitter. Follow me on Twitter at Real Niko House. Instagram. Instagram too. But also Telegram, which I will once again put my link in the description. I'll put it in the chat. Hold on. It's in the description too, but I'll put it in the chat. I'll be lazy sometimes. We get all my content updates and all that good stuff. You can support the show by becoming a member of Patreon, donating super chats, obviously. Cash App link is in the description. Bitcoin, Ethereum link is also there. But yeah, man, one of the best things you can do, obviously, if you don't have the funds, which I understand, is share, like, and subscribe. Share, like, and subscribe. And tell people about the work we're doing out here. Other than that, ladies and gentlemen, always remember, more than anything else, find your balance. Peace.